Morena to our manuhiri in the room, elected members, staff, and those who are joining us online or watching via our live stream. Formally open our council meeting. I'll give our council prayer in Te Reo in English. Tēnā tātou. E te atua, ka tupu mātou i ka kahamai ngā mātai ko whiriwhirihia mō te kaunihira o te iku o tika ki te mahi me te ngā karoaha, me te whakamahi ngā pūkinga me te ngā tauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā whakataunga, ke whakatūri ai te tahi hapuri e mata tikana, e tūpotahi ana kamutu ka whakapiki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka whakatau anō i ngā pake o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. Lord, we ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the farm or district of education, skill and wisdom to achieve a fair and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Apologies and declarations of interest. We have an apology from Councillor Court for lateness today. She's just in a voting meeting right now. Do we have any other apologies to table?
Tamati Kakina, he will be a little bit late.
Right, I'll move those if I can get a second. Councillor Lusich, thank you. Any declarations of interest to table, or you're welcome to table them at the item as well? Right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. Just by way of mayoral announcements, welcome to our manuhiri today. We've got 4 deputations for council this morning, and we'll get to those shortly. We have headsets available for those who need them for video interpreting. If you need so, just come and see Aisha here, put your hand up. Live streaming, please be aware that this council meeting is being live streamed on the District Council YouTube channel and Facebook. And a reminder to everyone that our microphones in chambers will pick up all sounds, so to keep side checks and paper shuffling to a minimum. And I understand that Carly is still working on tabletop microphones to get better sound quality for our chambers. Our public agenda is available on the Far North District Council website. I wanted to give the mahi to all of our local RSAs and community groups for organising over 30 Anzac Day services across the farm. Great Anzac Day on Saturday. I was fortunate enough to attend our Whaikupe dawn service and Kirikiri civic service with Councillor Smulders and our Kaikohe one with Councillors Research and Councillor Rakina, and I know that our elected members were out and about across a multitude of different services. I have to give a special mahi to Councillor Balki though, because somehow I managed to say yes to 2 different services, one in the Mid-North and one in the Far North, starting at the same time, which is physically impossible. So thank you, Councillor Balki, for picking up that for me and opening and closing Parakia and Kaitarai service. Thank you to all of our community groups and RSA groups for putting those on, and it's always a beautiful time of coming together as Far Northerners. Today in my maramataka is Mawharu, which is a high energy phase, so I'm feeling some high energy this morning. I hope it sustained me for our council agenda, which had 22 reports on it. So 3 less than our last meeting, so let's see how we get on there. We also have a major item that was not on the published agenda, but was cleared out, and it was for Northland Waters, and we will look at that first. I also want to give a mahi to Murray Bain, the chair of our external advisory group for Northland Waters, Vanessa Blakelock and Scott Pearson from DIA, who are also in the room. And we've got the former mayor of Papakura, David Hawkins, online, I believe, who are joining us for that waters papers as well. They might hiding there. Thank you for taking the time to come along to our meeting. I also want to give a mahi to Matua Kipa Munro, who sits on our Te Kuaka committee and is also the chair of Te Runanga o Ngāti Rehia, because he has been named as the chair for a new working group for an Air New Zealand feasibility study for an aviation engineering school here in the Far North. So we're very excited by the prospect of that. And definitely got plenty of rangatahi who could be aspiring engineers, so that's very exciting. We'll keep watch on that one. Just also a notice that we will need to have an extraordinary council meeting to look at our professional services contract for roading. That's likely to be on the 20th of May. We could also be popping in there, commitment point two for local orders as well. And also, you'll see for some of you on your table, you have a little brochure, and that's from the Cancer Society. So the Cancer Society Auckland Northern, they came and had a visit with myself and our kohepu, and they're building a new lodge in Hurahura in Whangarei for those who are undergoing cancer treatment. And this is really exciting for us here in Northland because right now we can only receive radiation treatment in Northland, and we can only receive chemotherapy, For radiation or immunotherapy, you have to travel to Auckland. Now, as a whānau, we actually had to take my papa down there 2 years ago for 6 weeks of radiation therapy. It's too far to travel back and forth between Mitimiti and Auckland to undergo that level of treatment. And so the Cancer Society have a lodge in Auckland that you can stay at so that you're looked after and you're right next to the hospital during the treatment. We've got a new cancer treatment centre being upgraded in Whangarei so that we can actually have chemotherapy and immunotherapy services here in Northland and Whangarei, but acknowledging that even for us here in the far north, Whangarei is still too far to travel back and forwards for stuff like that. The Cancer Society have acknowledged that and have managed to date to fundraise $22 million, another $4 million to go in total, to build a new lodge that will be available for whānau to stay at for free while they undergo cancer treatment in Whangarei. So very excited to see that, and you've got that there. And no doubt we'll see more information about this, but it really will be a centre that Far Northerners will be able to use rather than going all the way to Auckland. So I was really excited to meet with them, acknowledge all of the amazing fundraising efforts that have happened by Lions, Kala Runs, Foundation North, everyone in between, but definitely one for us to celebrate and to promote as well. Housekeeping, if the fire alarm is activated, please leave via the nearest exit and head to the grassy area at the back of Memorial. Wait there until the head warden gives the all clear to return to the building. Bathrooms are located outside of the main chamber doors, down the hallway and on the right. And with that, we will get into our deputations. Our first deputation is from Wendy Kenwood, representing Te Mauri o Te Wai, in relation to the commissioning of the electrocoagulation machine at the Haone Base Military. Tēnā koe, Wendy. Welcome. Great to have you here in Chambers. I believe we have 5 minutes for you, and Ms. HE will give you 1 minute call time. If there's time available, there may be questions from the floor that we'll pass over to you.
Ata Marie, he mihi māmana kia koutou katoa, wini himu katoa, hapu ko te tūputoa me Ngāti Geri ki Whaka, me Tahawai ki Rangi. Okay, so I'm here representing the Mauri o Te Wai Rōpū, which is based in Aue, Omanai, around that area. And we're just wanting to give an update on our wastewater treatment progress. There's been lots going on. We're a hapu-led Rōpū that we've got a pretty simple kaupapa. It's just about getting the waste out of our harbour. And we've had that same kaupapa for decades. It's not something new. No human waste into the harbour. It's that simple. It's about our whakapapa. It's about our connections to our place in Hokianga and our responsibility to look after it. So just a bit of context around Te Waihapu o Hokianga. It's a big harbour. It's actually about 15,000 hectares, and so you can imagine the size of the catchment area. So we get the good and the bad from anything that's happening around that area, and that makes it quite difficult to keep a clean harbour. And included in that there are three, up till now 4 wastewater treatment plant going into their harbour, and that's been our huge concern. And as you know, the state of the harbour, that affects all of our waterways, it affects our whenua, it impacts on our spiritual, cultural, environmental well-being. So it's pretty much the crux of everything for us. So in 2022, we're lucky to be involved with the Better Off funding that was available through Three Waters at that time. And so after years and years and years of thinking, planning, scheming, dreaming, researching about what was going to be a better solution for our wastewater in Bawani, we came up with electrocoagulation as our what was going to work for us. So just in a nutshell, electrocoagulation is really just an electric current that passes through the water, cleans the water, gets rid of any pathogens, and separates out the contaminants, holds them all together so that they can actually be removed. And so the water that comes out is clean. It's an innovative but a very old technology. It's been around the world for generations. And so some people think it's new, but it's not. It's been used in Europe. But it's because sometimes when things are new to us, we think that it's just a bit too scary. But it actually seems quite a simple system. So a couple of weeks ago, the switch was flipped, and it's actually now operating in Bawani. So we're just in a bit of a trial period. Our EV expert Andreas is doing the tweaking for a couple of weeks just to make sure everything's in place, and then we'll go from there. It's a system that's really good value for money. Some of the estimates and predictions that we were given when we first said EV was in the multi-millions, 5 million, and real scary numbers. Well, we're looking around at 1 million at the moment. 1.1 was our funding, and we're pretty much on target with that to get to this stage. So solar will be installed to increase the resilience of the water. We have monitoring working alongside of it, and no doubt Dallas will talk about that, but we've got tiro monitoring, which is a kaupapa Māori way of assessing the effects of the system, and then we'll also work alongside conventional input and output testing as well. I think the key thing for us has been about mahitahi, about working together. We've had a big lot of people that we've worked with, and it's about having respectful relationships. And this is particularly important for us now as we move into a new space of water management. We want to make sure that those people and those groups know what we're doing and can help us. The other one is that Te Rāua signed a deed of settlement in 2015, and in that it acknowledged the harbour as of the utmost cultural and spiritual and environmental significance. So the council has an obligation to uphold that, and it also includes provision for a joint negotiation with Ngāpuhi when that time comes for cultural redress. The council has bought, we need to relocate from where we are at because it's just culturally not the place we should be at. And so the council has actually purchased some land opposite where it is at the moment to relocate. So we see that SC system is raising the bar for community wastewater treatment, provides a scalable, affordable model for others. And for us, it's about regeneration and restoration of the Māori and tapu of Te Raupo, the wetland, the ecosystem, the moana, the whenua, the awa, and the people. And so no discharge to the wai is not a nice to have anymore, it's actually a must. We also know that our rangatahi have these same expectations. And I've personally watched them over the last 20 years being involved with our Te Arawa and Te Huku Taiao programs. They know this stuff, they live this stuff, and they will stand up for it. And so we're in good hands, I think, with our young people. And I mean, some of those, they're not rangatahi anymore, they're adults, and they're already working in these spaces and doing amazing things. So, nō reira, te apena te taiao, te apena te iwi, mauri ora.
Tēnā koe te whanaunga o motu kaka. Our next deputation is, and this isn't saying that my whanaunga from motu kaka's deputation wasn't special, but this one is extra special for all of us because Miss Elise King is one of our tuia rangatahi for 2026 taking part in our tuia mentoring program. Nehi nui ana ki a koe. It's awesome to have you here in our council chambers to give us the deputation, Miss Elise. You will be speaking to us about what we've done now, so we'll pass the time over to you now. Tēnā koe.
Ngā mihi. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Elise King tōku ingoa he ori no Ngāti Kahara me Ngāti Hau. Firstly, I would like to thank you and fellow councillors for having me here today in Ngāti Trust. I come here today as a rangatahi from Omanaya, Kianga, to talk about the water. When I was a child, my sister and I participated in the Weepics triathlon in Pike. That day, there was a red, not safe for swimming notice on the Waitangi River. At the same time, the community I lived in, Omanaya, was on a permanent boil water notice. A number of children swam the Waitangi River that day under a red, not safe for swimming notice. And while I understand that it wasn't this council, it still took place. And for the Weepics triathlon, a widely publicised event, imagine what it might have looked like if the adults were told, your child swam untreated tip water today. My mother was torn, my sister and I wanted to participate, and everyone else was fine with it. Nobody else even seemed to know this was an issue. Today, I stand here, and there are still challenges with wastewater. But through the advocacy of Te Maurutuai, through different members of the local communities and working groups and this council itself, we were able to work in partnership at no cost to the council and access central government funding. And now we have drinkable water and an amazing electroregulation unit being set up. The waters in the rural north have always been a fluid and living thing. It's had its good moments and it's had its bad. But one of the most hope-inspiring things for me to see as a rangatahi in my life has been the progress and working relationship between the council and locals. And while the actions of some in this room may have been hurtful and adverse to that progress lately, I'm still hopeful at progress moving forward. So today, I'm here simply to humbly ask that you remember the infrastructure you put into place today will be either the challenge or the solution that my generation faces in the future. That is all I can say today. Thank you so much for your
Our next deputation is someone who's definitely not shy to our council chambers and is coming live from her motuka. Our tuahine Dallas King is representing Ngāti Kahara and Ngāti Hauhaku today in relation to wastewater treatment systems discharging into the Hokianga Harbour and the economic benefits of working with hapu and communities on water-related infrastructure. We'll pass the time over to you. Tēnā koe.
Tēnā tātou. Just checking you can all hear me.
Ai, tika.
Ka pai, ngā mihi nui. Tēnā rā tātou katoa, ko Dallas King tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no te hokianga nui a kupe, anō. Firstly, well done, Elise. Thank you, good work. You know, it's a small thing to say before I get into it, but it's true. As a mother, there have been many times that we have felt compromised, not just myself, but many other parents as well, knowing that our tamariki are swimming, gathering kai in wai and in environments that council-owned water infrastructure is discharging sometimes not treated, often barely treated human waste into. Look, I didn't know what you were going to say, Elise, but it certainly took my memory back on that day at the Olympics triathlon. There were over 10,000 rangatahi from Te Tai Tokerau that participated. And, I was sitting there thinking, man, I'm not sure anyone even knows that the Waitangi River, on the LAWA website is like not safe to swim in right now. But how do you hold back thousands of young people who want to swim and participate in something great? And my aspiration is that all of us in Te Tai Tokerau, and I'm sure it's an aspiration that everyone around the table shares, is that that's not something that we have to be concerned with. And so we start to see a move away from seeing water as something that can dilute. I think we all know that whether it is a single particle or 100 particles of human waste in a glass of water, none of us want to drink it. So coming back to that, tēnā rā tātou katoa. E mihi ana ki a koutou, mō koutou mahi whakatika, mō e rā mea. So, I'm not here today pretending that no one around the table cares. I think we all really care. But what I do want to talk about today and am concerned about is the council made a necessary decision to move in line with what central government's legislative shifts have required in terms of establishing an advisory group for local waters done well, the CCO, as we head towards mechanism. But one of the really big learnings for us as Ngāti Kaharo and Ngāti Hau, alongside all of our community via Te Mauri o Te Wai, has been the really critical and consequential role that the industry plays in the decisions that you all get to make. In front of you today, I had a look at the very copious amounts of reports in your agenda. I thought, man, you do a lot of reading. Well done. Kia kaha tonu koutou. But in those reports are reports from industry experts, and our experience with industry expertise has been that the risk-averse nature of our legislative system in Aotearoa that is designed to protect us also, in fact, can really inhibit the introduction of new to New Zealand technology. Our experience with electrocoagulation is that in the short term, to bring it all down, you all can find in your internal documents and issues and options for the Rawene wastewater treatment plant report that came out in 2020. That report covers quite considerably the range of options that were considered in terms of treatment and discharge of wastewater for this particular treatment plant. You'll see too in that report on one of the pages right around the middle that there's a table that summarizes the costings that they attributed. One of those costings was $22.3 million. And if you look at the report, they say plus or minus 50%. That's not a new number to this council. I think I have peddled that number in comparison to the actual cost many times. Another cost in that table, however, is what is the cost of attaching electrocoagulation as a treatment-only option, utilising the existing pond system. So now we have very real data. We've got real numbers because that's what we've done. Wendy talked about a few weeks ago in partnership with the council, Te Mauri o Te Wai, which is a group that represents the Hokianga community, and Hapu, who've worked in partnership with the council, have now, through the Three Waters Fund, Better Off Fund, turned on the machine. And we can confirm that it was less than $800,000 for the machine itself. The up to just over $1.1 million was actually about including a significant cache of monitoring so that we could evidence the level of treatment that's going on, and solar, and the installation of solar, which was about reducing OPEX, reducing those operational costs. Importantly, the number that's in that report is $8.3 million. We can say to you that for less than $1 million, that option was delivered. So the question I'm posing to you all as elected representatives is, if that is the vast difference between what experts predict it will cost and what the actual cost is for a small community like Rawane, the cost to the council is the cost to us. We care very much about the cost, not just financial, but also environmental and cultural for us as a whole community. But let's just look at that number for a minute. $8.3 million is what they said it would cost. Less than $1 million for the treatment alone is what it actually costs. And that was a plus or minus 50% report. So if we take that really seriously for a minute, we have to then say as elected representatives, I think, because you're elected representatives on behalf of our whole district, I'm an elected representative on behalf of our hapu, and I'm the convener and spokesperson for Te Mauri o Te Wai, we now have to start treating the reports that come before us and how we make recommendations with a bit of a different lens, I think. And that's something that I find really critical, because if we have a CCO that only has industry experts on it, they are used to the modus operandi of their industry. They are not used to being at the other end in the community, which is where it actually hits the ground. And so my kōrero to you all is to say, how can we make sure that people who are sitting on both sides of that conversation are considered and represented in that new structure? I understand that we're in the scoping and preparation phase, that we're moving towards we've got the Establishment Advisory Group. Engari, kai hia ngā wāhi tuturu, ngā wāhi pai kia mātou. Where are the places for us to be engaged and involved in those things? Not because we think we want to fix every other community's challenges. We believe inherently that every community has probably got their own solutions. But importantly, to make a statement that if we had have relied on the reports only of experts in the industry, the reports that had been put in front of council, and had not ourselves done the legwork to research, to test, to create prototypes, to trial ourselves, to monitor and observe ourselves, all of which was at no cost to the council, a group of qualified individuals who because we care and because it's the community that we live in and we believe that we should make contribution to the future quality of life in our community, this option would not have been realised. And now we have this system that is born out of an ideology that sits behind the pūrākau around Puhi Te Aiwa. And our mātauranga, tupuna mātauranga, married up and lined up with some empirical science and some technology that came out of the Western world, and here we are today. So do I think that this is a great success story? No, I think it's a learning story. We all made mistakes as we went along, and we learned some hard lessons. But my kōrero to you all is to say, as a representative, it's important to not just represent ratepayers, it's important to represent the quality of life that ratepayers and all of the people in your community get to experience. And one of those things requires the courage to pursue new and innovative solutions. And if we only rely on what is already existing in this country, in and around wastewater in particular, and drinking water treatment, then we'll lose that Maui paradigm. I don't know how to explain that in a Pākehā way. Maybe Kawati will be able to explain what I mean by the Maui paradigm. But Maui was there to create new solutions to current challenges. And my kōrero, I guess, today is to say that yes, we're excited that the electrocoagulation EC has now been soft launched, and soon there will be a public launch. But the reality that we are also sitting in is that it's a hard thing to celebrate as a hapu. We're grateful but it's more of a relief than a celebration. At the same time as working towards the commissioning of EC, we have also built now our first in my lifetime pāika. And those are communal fishing infrastructures that we haven't been able to have or realise in all of my lifetime. And so on the day that we have the public commissioning of the electrical regulation that we all do, the council and Te Mauri o Te Wai and our hapu whānau, it will be the day that we are relieved at the commissioning of electrical regulation, but we are elated at the process to whakatō Māori for our pāika. That was really it. There are questions around if it's only industry experts on the CCO, then how will we avoid making the mistakes that surely would have been made with the Rawene wastewater treatment plant? Because in Hokianga, with Rawene, if we keep Rawene in the mix, there are 4 wastewater treatment plants discharging to a single harbour, which has a very low flush rate. In terms of most of what goes into that harbour stays in that harbour, 60% of it. There's only a 40% flush rate in terms of the hydrology of our harbour. So that's of critical importance to all of us who rely on that harbour as a place for gathering kai and for vesting our sense of identity in. Anō reira, tēnā tātou katoa.
Tēnā koe e te tuawahine e Dallas e Wairuna kōrero. Now, I saw Murray Bain, who is the chair of our external advisory group, to become the board of Northern Waters CCO, and he was listening very attentively to that kōrero around making sure that their voice isn't lost in the proposed changes. So, mihi nui ana. Are there any questions from the board? A few minutes, if there are any. Otherwise, we've got a quite good hoki on the chair, they were the part.
Kia ora Dallas and kia ora Te Mauri o Te Wai, ngā whānau o Hokianga. I have a question about what might the council do in this time while the council is still responsible for waters for around just over a year, perhaps in terms of transitioning to the new location, which I believe also takes the current treatment plant out of below sea level and those risks as well. So how can council support with that?
Tēnā koe, Jessie. Yeah, it's one of those difficult things when you know that you're in transition from one sense of authority to another. It's difficult for us to know. For instance, there are questions for us around is the whenua that has been purchased specifically for the relocation of the wastewater treatment plant, does that automatically transfer to the CCO? All of those things are up in the air. So my suggestion to council would be to accelerate the rate at which we're able to work with council by providing additional man hours to support our community in Rawene, to accelerate the rate at which we're able to pursue those options. Obviously, the first thing off the block would be to apply for resource consent so that the new location with the new type of treatment and discharge can be approved. Without that, there'd be no moving. So to me, that would be at the top of the list of things that could be done immediately. There's nothing to stop that from being done now. In fact, it would be beneficial under the existing resource consent conditions, given the state that it's in a sort of holdover phase at the moment. The second thing I think is that will require a certain degree of planning in terms of consultation again with the community, although I think that the relationship with council through Te Mauri o Te Wai has covered a significant amount of legwork because we're so active in our community, regularly holding meetings every 2 weeks, every fortnight we meet, just in case elected representatives around the table don't know. We meet every fortnight as a working group. We have annual hui, which are public hui, where we share information about the technology. We've had several meetings now with the landowners that are adjacent to the proposed new site. So a lot of the legwork has been done. We're now at the stage where actually applying for that resource consent and going through the process of relocating to the new location is about that. That to me is what could be done. Up till 2027, if I think about how much we've achieved in the last 18 months, we've managed to achieve a lot. And so I think that, and I don't mean we, I mean all of us, we have managed to achieve a lot. And I think that comes from that process where at the beginning, every time something was suggested, there was this really arduous cycle of, we're it was like being stuck in a hamster wheel. So now that we're out of the hamster wheel, every step that we take moves us quickly forward. So resource consent actually going through the planning and consultation process, which I think will be much faster because there's existing relationships and fora for those discussions to take place really quickly and thoroughly. There's a lot of existing information now already floating around in our community about the types of treatment and the types of discharge options. And significantly, I think that moving forward, it's not just about getting us into that new location, which, as you rightfully point out, Jessie, not only is it culturally maligning that site, but it's also really impractical. It's well below sea level. And it poses some real serious challenges around how do you manage and maintain the site in terms of the stop banks and the encroachment of salt water and leakage and seepage and all of those kinds of things, which are challenges that all of the pond-based systems that discharge into Hokianga currently face. As was seen at the last hearing a few years ago by the commissioners and duly noted when they went to visit the location, of course, famously in Hokianga, at the ponds in Opanoni or Mapere had overflowed, just plain overflowed over the wall as a result of rainfall. So look, there's two things, resource consent and planning in terms of directly making progress for Rawene wastewater treatment plant. The third thing, of course, would be to provide some opportunity for us to enter into some dialogue, not just us, but people like us, to have conversations with the establishment advisory group so that we can provide some knowledgeable input. We've been at this now for a lot of years, and we are also working with other communities, not just here in Te Hiku o Tika, but around Aotearoa, just providing some really practical, these are some of the learnings that we've made. We've moved past it's all the council's fault. Now we're squarely focused on blaming the industry. No, I'm joking. I really am joking. It's an all of us situation. We all flush the toilet at some point. And so we're not removed from that. Anyway, tēnā koe, Jessie.
Tēnā koe, e te tuahine ko Pau te taima i a tawa. Lucky your one daughter was short on time. I think she gave me there we go. Riana ki a koe, also know that as a part of any waters changes, resource consent will transfer to the new company, including any working groups or community groups that are a part of consent conditions. So, pai te re mihi nui ana ki a koe, tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe.
Our final deputation for today, whānau, is from Richard. Now, is it Julie or Dooley?
Dooley will do.
Kia ora, Richard, in relation to matters associated with the Kawakawa housing. And thank you for your deputation request, and we're very grateful to have you in chambers.
Morena, thank you, Moko, councillors, for taking the time to listen to us. You look a tougher audience than I'm used to in the shop, my customers, but I'll do my best. I've made a few notes here just because I want to make sure that I don't miss the key points. You're probably well aware there's been quite a bit of publicity too recently. There's very widespread opposition in our local community to the proposed housing development by Far North Holding. The local hapu, the local emergency services, the residents and the businesses, it's pretty much universal. So we've tried to, in our written submission to you, we've tried to address those wide range of concerns. But there's one specifically we wanted to talk about this morning. Coincidentally, it's Te Wai, but what happens when you get too much of it? And particularly about the water levels and crucially water velocities that's going to happen when the valley floods. So I don't know if hopefully you've all got a copy of that map I sent out. You might have it in front of you so it'll make more sense what I'm talking about. This map, I can tell you now, has not been drawn up by engineers. It's printed off, gone to Google Maps, and it's in consultation with locals that live in the area all their lives, seeing what happens when we get flood events. A couple of crucial things for me just to consider. The red line is the new stock bank that has gone up in recent years. And we need to remember that this has not been tested. We've not had a significant flooding event, the sort of events that we're concerned about since that went up. So it's all pretty hypothetical at the moment. And neither has the higher ground in yellow where the library and buffer centre has been built. The other thing to notice is the big orange blob in the middle, the thing that we're really against, and this is this proposed new housing development. That is a 1.8 metre high island that is going to be built out in the floodplain with 50 to 100 people. So I'd like to go through the scenario, how we see it when we get a rain event in our valley. And the Waimea stream, which is that light blue line you can see, the stock bank will initially keep the water out, which is great. But once the Waimea comes up by more than a metre, it will then shut off the floodgate, which is the dark blue cross that goes underneath that stock bank. So at that point, all the water that's coming in behind off the main road and off the hill will start to pond and build up. Now, our concern is this housing development is going to take roughly a third of that ponding area away. So when the Far North Holdings engineer met us a couple of months ago, he told us that this development was only going to have a 5 mil difference in water levels. I think he's being disingenuous. I mean, perhaps over the whole valley, but it's going to have a significantly greater effect on the properties in behind that stock bank. So once the Waimea comes up, the stock bank, the floodgate shuts off, then the water starts building up behind. Due to the loss of that ponding area, it's going to happen sooner and it's going to build higher and it's going to stay there longer. So us down in the floodplain with our businesses, we'll do the best we can, but then ultimately we can leave. We'll go back home to our safe houses and contemplate the clean-up and the extra damage that this has caused us. But that's not our greatest concern. It's what happens next. When all the headwaters at Ngāpupoto, Matawai, Mototo start to kick in and come down that valley, all the existing watercourses go underwater. There's water from hill to hill across the valley. And that water builds up behind the State Highway 1, behind the causeway that the engineers raised by another 300 a few years ago and created a taller dam that dammed up more water behind and did more damage when the water started to flow over. And our real concern is the stock bank that has been put up. If you can see, it's running out on an angle across those flood levels where they're pouring over State Highway 1. So it's going to be acting as a deflection. It's going to deflect the water and divert a significant amount of water across. And I've shown this as big purple lines going everywhere. So you're going to have this concentrated flow that's going to be compressed. It's going to be flowing up Whangai Road between the existing buildings in this island. So it's going to exacerbate and make the flooding worse and worse for the existing landowners. And then it's going to pour through the narrow gap between the island and the higher ground where the Star Hotel is. So I just want you to think about what the velocities involved are when the water's doing that. And what we always get told when there's a flood, do not go near moving water. Well, we've got people who are living on the other side of this moving river. And who's going to be there to tell them not to cross? Don't try and get home to your home tonight, or don't try and get out, don't try and get food. And in the worst case scenario, the really big one's going to carry on, the water's going to carry on building up. This island is built out of fill, so we've got to hope that the engineers have worked it out and there's been enough compaction. Someone's going to have to make a call at some point. Do we try and get these people out? And I can tell you the fire and emergency services are horrible at the idea of trying to do that. No doubt, Murphy's Law will be the middle of the night and the potential loss of life. So, and I'd invite any of you who have, if you've got any concerns about this, if you have 15 minutes to spare, come down when you're coming through Kawakawa, give us a shout and we can walk around the site and you'll see what our concerns are. We would urge the council, please, to put pressure on Far North Holdings to try and for this not to go through as a non-notified development. It needs a far more rigorous examination than it's had today. Our community needs a chance to put submissions that are listened to, not the empty words that we've had so far. And I've got a couple of questions. One final question. What do we, if Cyclone Gabrielle had been 60 k's further to the west and hit the Far North head on, if we've got what Tairāwhiti and Hawke's Bay received, the devastation and the loss of life, if people had lost their lives in the Tairāwhiti Valley, would we be even having this discussion? Or would this project have been thrown out of hand? We had the opportunity to learn from other people's disasters and hopefully make better decisions. But I do not believe this development is living up to that. And I hope we will make a decision on that. We'll make the right decision. One that our Tamariki and our Mokopuna will look back in 10, 20, 30 years and say, good on you, you've done the right thing. And I honestly believe if we go ahead with this development, they will not be proud of us.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for your time today, and the government will be able to pass on the contact details to councillors if they want to take up on the offer. I'll just note though that as this is going through consenting, we're unable to ask any questions or comment on the proposal at this time. So, but thank you for your dedication. It hasn't fallen on deaf ears.
Really good to know. Thank you.
All right, we are going to, I do know that some of our GIA members have flight tickets, so we are going to press into our meeting. And we are going to first have a resident to consider major island who's wanting to stop the entry islands. I will move and council was on to consider the item not on the agenda the Regional Council Control Organisation today. The item was not on the agenda because the time of conflict needed to have information that needed to be incorporated to the report and the report that I became. Any commentary? I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That's carried. Now we will jump straight to 6.11 now, which was set under separate cover. And I believe the Islands Guild has also handed now copy of the Constitution, Shareholders Agreement, and the Transition Agreement. I believe we've got an updated agreement that was received yesterday morning, but this is the one that was tabled at our elected member steering group.
You've given us two of the same one instead of one thing.
Okay, so you don't have the water.
Yeah, we've only got the. Thank you for coming. Oh, let me see. I had you got my one. I put it on.
Have you had an opportunity to, was it sent on Friday, this paper?
Yeah.
Emailed out? So we've got a recommendation here that the final district council reaffirms its commitment to the establishment of an asset-owning group-free council-controlled organisation to provide drinking water and wastewater services in Northland, along with Parklands. Yes. Affirms the 30th of June 2026 incorporation date contemplated by the Joint Water Services Delivery Plan as adopted by Council on the 28th of August, and resolves that before establishment approval is taken, final district council consider the following matters. Matters there, and three, that we direct our CE to present establishment approval to consider when the matters recorded progressed. And E notes that in the event the company is incorporated, council would consider entry to the the arrangement in terms no less favourable than those contemplated by the shareholders agreement. I will also move it, I'll put you the seconder. The Councillor Research. And we'll open up for questions now. I could ask Charlie, and we've also got Tina Rock and Helen, Murray, our PIA friends, and Paul is David Hawkins online as well to help answer any questions. I'll pass to you, Charlie.
Thank you, Mayor Mockle. Thank you, elected members. We have a paper in front of us today, which is requesting a decision on reaffirmation of Council's commitment to the Regional Northland Water CCO. In introducing the paper, it's relevant for elected members that we provide a little bit of context as well around the why this is on the table in the form that it is. And matters across the region have been moving at speed, with Hypo and Whangarei voting on establishment of the CCO yesterday as well. So we'll provide a bit of context around that. Much has happened since the paper was prepared, so it is relevant, obviously, to the decision being made today. So going back at the elected member steering group for the EMSG on the 13th of April, the elected members were presented with drafts of the legal documents preceding the versions that you have on the table in front of you today. Notably, the transition agreement at that point in time was noted by Mayor Moko as having the schedules remained unpopulated. Relevant for that decision is that we had originally contemplated moving the incorporation date from 30 June as contemplated by the Water Services Delivery Plan and approved by the DIA onto an accelerated timeframe of incorporation for 1 May. So at that point in time, council staff were preparing to have papers in front of council for the approval of that CCO at this council meeting for establishment. It was raised that a request for a return to the Water Services Delivery Plan contemplated incorporation date to revert back from the accelerated timeframe to the 30 June timeframe as per the approved plan. To allow for those schedules to be populated, but that proposal was not adopted by the elected member steering group. And it wasn't adopted at that point in time. Rather, a follow-up elected member steering group was called for the 23rd of April. The drafts that you have in front of you today were the versions provided at that elected member steering group on the 23rd of April. The elected members considered that the shareholders agreement and constitution were largely at a very final stage of completion following council's endorsement of commitment point 1. They were largely landed, but at that point in time, the transition agreement still had not had those schedules populated. At that point in time, the Chief Executive wished to table this paper to reaffirm Council's commitment, given that the scenario around the deferral of that date had contemplated as being slightly different. Subsequently, over the last weekend, Whangarei District Council has updated the schedules. You don't have that in front of you today. Staff only received the updated schedules yesterday morning. So the transition agreement has had Schedule 2 populated. However, elected members have not yet had an opportunity to digest the content of those schedules. Whangarei and Kaipa have subsequently, at yesterday's council meeting, both of them adopted to approve and incorporate business based on the full remit of the 3 legal documents, so the shareholders agreement, constitution, and the transition agreement with the updated schedules. However, FNDC elected members have not had the opportunity to go through that process to familiarise themselves with those schedules yet. I'll look over my shoulder. I think that's a reasonable summary of the events. Okay. So the paper narrates around Council's decision-making framework. So under the Local Government Act, there is a requirement that elected members are provided with the relevant information to make informed decisions, etc., on behalf of their communities. The information that elected members may consider as being reasonably expected to support a commitment of this decision of the scale. This commitment would trigger practically every requirement under Council's significance and engagement policy. So the paper today requests confirmation around Council's direction in relation to that. And the Chief Executive has requested that Council staff begin coordinating workshops with the elected members and the external advisory group, who we have Murray Bain with us today, in order to provide an opportunity for elected members to work through the updated schedules for further decision making within the timeframes available. So a bit of a whirlwind tour in terms of what's being updated in the background. I'm happy to take
Question/comment. I understand that, just from looking at the resolutions that were made at Whangarei and Kaipari yesterday, our council originally supported that the shareholders representative group could have an elected member and a non-elected member representative. And the premise of that was that you could have an election where an entire council is wiped out. And so you could have, someone, an expert sitting in that seat that would be able to see out that period to represent the interests of the Farmers District Council as a shareholder. At our commitment point 1, we changed and said that both needed to be elected members. My understanding is yesterday's both those councils agreed that it could be an elected and a non-elected. Is that correct?
Yes, so the legal documents were not updated to reflect the changes on those resolutions, noting both Kaipa and Far North in the resolutions of commitment point 1 requested that the shareholders representative group, or SRG, have 2 elected members. The legal documents were not updated to reflect that. However, Kaipa has imposed that internally in their own resolution.
For their own council.
Correct.
I think the point I'm trying to make, or the question I'm asking, is there are a lot of moving pieces, moving at pace, and we haven't, as the final District Council's elected members, had the opportunity to sit down and be fully briefed to understand what 3 different councils and the way we all voting all means for us. And so the paper today is reaffirming our commitment, because the minister actually thought we were committed to this game of the call, and said, no, we passed commitment point 1, we just need more time to make good decisions, and to highlight the information that we'd want to see. And then you can schedule in workshops, and we can have our EAG reps, Murray in the room, we can have DIA in the room, Helen, we can have all of the workstream leads all there, so that every question we've got under the sun, we can work through together, so that a commitment point 2 paper can come up on the table for us to highlight and to. Yeah. Any other questions? I'll go to Councillor Court, then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Charlie. And I don't know if it would be appropriate for any of the staff or DIAs to comment. What is missing from the paper and what I would like some conversation on is the risk. And in particular, I draw my attention to page 3. Under the 3 bullet points, paragraph beginning, I will District Council's position on the matter produced in this report has been communicated to those shareholders. The Whangarei District Council has indicated it intends to proceed with the establishment of Northern News Limited at its meeting on 28 April, and I'll watch the recording time to hear what happened yesterday. With a deadline of 20 May 26, FNDC and conflict consultation. If that deadline is not met, WDC has indicated it will proceed with a Whangarei only CTO and late entry available on renegotiated terms. It is the quantum of the renegotiated terms that is missing from this conversation that can pose significant risk to this organisation. And specifically, I'd like to reference the reallocation of shares class A and B, which may diminish or dilute the voting rights. That is missing from the report, so I'd like some commentary on that.
Through you, Nicole. Thank you for the question, Councillor Court. We don't have any information other than this may change, but you correctly raised that there are 2 elements within that which are likely to be impacted. Your A-class shares are the voting interests. The terms that are currently in front of have been agreed by 2 councils and for FNDC to consider are a third. So it's a partnership approach where it's equal voting interests across the 3 councils. That is distinct from the financial or economic interests, which are based on the net asset value, and there's no in B-class shares, and there's no voting interest associated with those. In terms of the risk around this, my understanding is that the B-class shares, the financial impacts, the legal documents are structured strongly in favour of ring fencing, financial ring fencing, and segregation of each council's economic contribution via assets, debt, reserves, etc. So I can't say categorically that wouldn't change. I would say it's less likely that would change. The risk, in my view, would be more around the voting interest and the FNDC's ability to contribute on an equal basis with the other 2 councils.
Supplementary question, is there any risk to this organisation that the matters identified in Schedule 3 of the shareholders' agreement will be renegotiated by Whangarei District Council if we do not proceed with the 20 May declaration date? And the my elected members who may be wondering what Schedule 3 refers to, that is what decisions must be made by majority decision.
Through you, Mayor Moko. Yes, the dilution of voting interest via a reduction comparatively of A-class shares would have an impact on decision-making influence of this council in relation to any decisions that are made by the shareholders representative, which is set out in the documents, particularly around reserve matters, where you have supermajorities or unanimous approval, or more routine matters around majority voting.
Thank you.
I would question whether or not the 20th of May date could be imposed on us, but that would be something for lawyers to discuss. And my Timu ethically isn't qualified enough to judgment on that. But my understanding is that we've been working with the governance group to find a timeline that would appropriately enable us to meet that date, whether or not legally would have to.
I'll just make a comment on the Councillor Portable question around the risks posed by that 30th May date. And
it's impossible for us to quantify what those risks are. All we can do is speculate on what our counterparty, Whangarei District Council, may decide to introduce into a renegotiation at that point. So it's very, very difficult. We can't speculate that they would seek to change the terms or the quantum of the Class A shares, etc. It's getting very difficult to quantify that. As Charlie has pointed out, things have been in a state of flux in recent days, and obviously Kaipara and Whangarei had their council meetings yesterday and decided had a vote on this matter. As of Friday morning, Kaipara were not even bringing the subject to their council meeting, so they worked over the weekend. So packages were tabled very late. Likewise, with the completion of the foundation docs, i.e. the schedules for the establishment plan and the establishment budget, those were, as I understand it, were tabled on the day yesterday at the Whangarei council meeting. So we haven't had a chance to review those in detail. I would actually like just to seek clarity from the people here at DIA, the project team, and Murray from the external advisory group, in terms of their understanding of what happens operationally next in the eyes of Whangarei and Kaipara, because we didn't get to watch the meeting. It went offline, as I understood, for this item in the Whangarei discussion. But so we have the notion that Whangarei will proceed immediately with setting up the CCO, but at the same time we have the 20th of May date given to us to make a decision. So those don't really tally. It kind of needs to be one or the other. So is Whangarei intending to incorporate the CCO on the 1st of May? And if so, on what basis would they do that? Because they won't have a signature from Far North at that point for the foundation docs, or are they planning to wait until the 20th of May? So it kind of says both things in the resolutions from Whangarei.
Thank you, Guy, through the chair. I'm Vanessa Blakelock from Department of Internal Affairs. So our understanding is that, as we've heard today, Whangarei will be waiting until the 20th to understand clearly your intentions. And as you know, Kaipara have signalled their intention at their meeting yesterday. There will be some mechanics that need to take place in order to establish the company, but it's not yet clear when the establishment date will actually be. But we do know that the 20th of May will be on it. There will be some work that needs to happen in the lead up to any, as you will all know, in terms of incorporating any company, there will be some work that needs to be done, but the crystal date of when that's going to happen is not yet clear. I guess they're just very keen for you to know that the 20th is still the honouring date.
Right, and Councillor Allen, the Deputy Mayor Ratican, and Councillor Stratford, and Councillor Foyle. We'll go to Councillor Allen.
Well, just circling back to Mok's first point. So, have they gone back to one elected member, one other, or is just the paperwork needs to be updated? I didn't quite.
The now adopted legal docs from that Whangarei and Kaipara have adopted allow for one elected member, require one elected member, and allow for one other as per the legal doc. So that is what is being approved by Whangarei and Kaipara. What Kaipara have done is put on top of that part of their resolution and a requirement for them that it must be 2 elected members. So it provides the optionality in the legal agreement of the company and the terms of reference for the shareholder representative approved, but Kaipara has self-imposed that requirement.
Kapai, so what we moved the motion last time, and I was against that for hapu reasons, which were really eloquently laid out, the benefits of having hapu voice at the table. However, that motion was carried for the 2 elected members. do we go revisit that? Because as far as I was aware at that meeting, we were doing it to align with kaipara because we needed to progress. But now I'm hearing that the legal documents actually allow for two separate. However, kaipara's done what kaipara wants to do for themselves. Does that rangatiratanga sit with us as well, and can we revisit that because the settings have changed since that meeting?
Through you, Member Court, the paper that will need to be brought back to council will need to contemplate any changes to resolutions that have been passed by this council. So where on the 1st of April there were certain matters which FNDC contemplated and resolved upon, they will, if they are not in the legal agreement, which was the part that we had considered at that point in time, that they would be brought back to the legal steering group for inclusion in those documents. That's not occurred. We would need to then revisit those to either resolve to reverse that decision or consider further options in relation to each of those items.
So can I just clarify, will that be coming back, that motion?
We will need to bring that back for the council. Yeah.
And then, sorry, I caught the significance and engagement policy, but missed whether that was required of us.
Sorry, thank you. I probably should clarify. I understand under the legislation, significance and engagement as it normally stands is probably not the best way I should have framed that particular piece. It's not required under the water services legislation, but I used it as a means of illustrating the scale and significance of this kaupapa to the whānau. But technically it is not a requirement for that, but it is still a considerable decision for it to be.
Right.
Thank you, Charlie, for the information you've shared with us this morning. I just want to be very clear that we've been issued transition agreement dated the 20th of April that has Schedule 1 missing. And it's highlighted insert copy of initial establishment plan and budget for the period 30th of June. That page is blank.
Yes.
So what is the budget? Do we know that?
Through the chair. So yesterday we received the updated version of the document that you have in front of you where Schedule 1 was populated. The budget in that updated version is $1.7 million, which is for I believe it was a 90-day period for additional detailed planning work that is required to occur. There is not a requirement there is not additional detail available at this stage, as I understand, for the remainder of that establishment period. The establishment period is for up to 30 June 2027, and there's a considerable amount of work that will need to be conducted over that period. The establishment plan in the updated document is for that first 90 days and to effectively fund that from the three councils for that first 90-day period. Subsequently, the board of the company at that point in time will need to contemplate application of funding and where that money comes from. It may be from councils, depending on their ability to borrow from the LGFA directly.
And similarly, Schedule 2 is empty, blank.
Schedule 2 remains blank in the updated draft, but I understand that will form part of the updates that would be required. Murray may have more details in terms of agreements and projects. Yeah. So Schedule 2 is the service level agreement, which is as a part of the transition agreement. This is how the three councils and the CCO will operate over that establishment period. The service level agreements are when the CCO requires some services to be documented from each council. It may be for the provision of IT services, for some other support that is yet to be populated, but is likely to be done by the EAG or the board and returned to councils.
I'll just add, just so that I don't want anyone to think that me, Anne and John were not considering anything at our elected steering group meetings. We have had a number of iterations of what an established plan looks like. First one, I think at the start of this year, we had some, sort of outline of the plan. We had another one that came through as an establishment plan that was a little bit more fuller in detail, but none of those came through into the schedules and the transfer agreement that they had now. And I haven't had the time to go over it properly, but that's the reason why we want to be able to go through it to make sure that everyone in this room is comfortable with it. Transition agreement is like the statement of intent for the company until it's fully stood up next year. So it's quite an important document for us all. And the same with the budgets. We have had a number of budgets come across the table as an elected member steering group. The first one, which was kind of like a put your finger in the air and have a feel, was looking at $15 million in a number of roles based off what other companies that we're setting up we're doing, and that wasn't favourable for us without a bit of detail, so we kind of pushed that one back, and then we had an initial budget that would tie over, but then get the leads in and then get them to tell us how much the work they need to do between now and June 2027 is going to cost, and then bring that back in. So that's still all sort of detail that we haven't been able to see finalised. And a part of the transition agreement says that actually we're not going to see it, and we're going to have it come back to the board and come to the shareholders representative group to keep people in the loop. But we have had some information come to us at an elected member steering group level, but none that have been confirmed, finalised, or made it across council tables. And that's what I'm hoping the next steps from this is that we can get a clear and consistent understanding across all of us around how all of that needs to work between, if we sign up to this at commitment point 2, between that date, say it's the 20th of May, and 1st of July 2027, when 16 wastewater treatment plants, 11 water treatment plants, everything that goes on in this council to operate those will transfer to Northern Water. So we have something, but nothing that we've seen. I'll go to Councillor Stratford, then Councillor Boyd, then Councillor Smulders.
Hello, Charlie. There are some other council groupings that are ahead of us in this process in other parts of Aotearoa. Are their documents similar to what we have in front of us today, or are these fresh?
Through the chair. So the program has worked through from DIA templates as a starting point. Yeah. So the DIA obviously contemplated that there would be a lot of legal work going into this and provided templates for councils to use.
Yeah.
They have been populated with the assistance of Simpson Grierson, the law, working with staff and the elected member steering group to pull together.
Yeah.
The transition agreement has been adapted from, I understand, New Plymouth District Council, which has a single council CCO.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of parallel to work which has been taken throughout the Motu. However, the substance, there is definitely a reflection of Northern requirements above and beyond those template documents.
And I think what I want to know now is a process question, something that as an elected member I've had comfort from is the information coming through to us from our colleagues that are on the elected member steering group. What are staff, I mean, I don't know that there's much resource behind you guys at the moment for this, but what are you guys doing to ensure that we and the elected member steering group members can have that information in a more timely manner, not the day of, their hui, sharing us the information?
Through the chair, we are working as diligently as we can across staff from all three councils, acknowledging that there are challenges around timing of getting the information up to the elected member steering group, and then also we're endeavouring to get that onto Te Huinga for all elected members to consider. So all of the information that the elected member steering group are receiving is being uploaded to that for consumption across all of the elected members. Appreciate there's probably thousands of pages of documents going into that. So as time permits, allowing elected members to peruse that. But as Memor's also suggested, the opportunities for further workshops for elected members, particularly with the scale of the establishment plan, which has now been populated into that.
And the priorities that were set through, what was that document called, the work plan or something, or when the CCO is up and running, that whether the CCO is established May, June, July, the priorities of actual infrastructure don't get underway until after 2027 by that CCO. Do you see the 1.7 million that the CCO in its establishment phase will increase the resource they have to, improve that flow of information to elected members?
Through the chair, I anticipate the budget for that period is contemplated to be, it's allocated to work stream leads, where you have senior people responsible for individual contributions of that. That would provide full workforce effectively, where the councils have been doing their best endeavours to provide information, but that's on top of their BAU work as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Having senior people specialising in each of those areas, particularly if they're able to bring in transferable experience on establishment of large-scale businesses as well, would definitely provide a lot more bandwidth for timely production of information. Yeah.
Thank you. That's my question.
Interface with this council, not predetermining the outcome, but Northern Waters will be a joint council CCO, just like Northern Incas, but set up under different legislation. So the interface with this council will be through our Committee for Council Controlled Organisations once it's established. But I can see Murray's ears are listening to everything today. There's lots of considerations on the day-to-day, ground-to-ground now. You think, I'll go to Councillor Floyd and Councillor Small. It's question time too, so if another question percolates in mind that you need answering, feel free to pop in.
Thank you. Just on the resolution that's been recommended, it's good to see the directors here today. And I note in point 4 here it says, independently endorsed by the Board of Directors appointment process demonstrating operational independence from any individual shareholder council. So the board works for all the councils, not just one council. Is that correct? Even though the board will be based in the location of one of the councils involved, is that correct?
No.
No? So where will the board be based?
The board will be meeting frequently. At the moment, we meet in different places. We've met down in...
I'm going to ask you to stand.
Sorry, my apologies.
Please, Murray.
Yeah, certainly. My apologies. The board currently, so far, we've met in Whangarei, we've met in Auckland because 4 of our members are based in Auckland, so we're cutting some travel costs. We've met in Kaipapa. We have not met up here as yet, but we would like to be able to meet up here. So, and we want to rotate those board meetings around each of the 3 council regions across each year. And during that time, we will try and sync those meetings so that we can link with you, so that we can have an opportunity for direct interaction between the council and the board, so that we don't get filtered information. We hear directly from you.
Thank you. A supplementary question to that is the operations. The board is one aspect, but the operational staff, are they all going to be based in Whangarei, and is that what part of the transition agreement with the blank pages includes, because they're blank?
To go back, we talked to the elected member steering group a couple of months, 6 weeks ago probably, that the head office base will be in Whangarei, so we made that decision. But we put a ring of caveats around that as to the number of times we had to meet elsewhere, which we're starting to talk about, the relationships that we will have between our senior management team and council senior staff and the number of times they must be in contact each year. We had a string of things which said, you're not all going to be based in Whangarei. You've got to spend time out. But the other thing that we will not necessarily do is have all the staff working out of Whangarei. We will have staff working in each of the council areas. We've got a lot of staff working in water here. I don't think we're necessarily going to be standing up and saying you must all shift to Whangarei. There'll be real benefits in having staff on the ground here. Personally, I'm a fan for making sure that expertise we've got locally that gets retained, so we don't end up saying we'll bring a whole lot of hotshot experts in and not understand what's actually going on in the local movements. So all of that detail work is still to be provided, and the current plan that we put up, this draft establishment plan that we put up to the elected members group on the 30th of March, simply said that as soon as we can get some headcount on board, the next stage by the 30th of June is to have a detailed plan prepared, at which time we'll be starting to talk about locations and things like that. There's a lot of work still to go on, but no, we're not just going to rush and centralise everything, if that's cool.
Well, we do have the airport with the highest number of flight movements for convenience for your Auckland-based directors, just to note. But in terms of
Can I just
my
quickly jump in, Councillor Foy? So this is a great opportunity for you to ask any questions of those experts in the room based off the recommendation we've got in front of us. This isn't the final site commitment point 2. I know that everyone's got a lot of questions that they would like answered to help them feel comfortable for commitment point 2, which is why we did make a request for an extension in time so that we can have a proper workshop and briefing to be able to ask questions, to have a look at the plans and things like that. So if you've got questions that may be more appropriate for answering in our eventual workshopping, then if you could ask them, and maybe Murray will say, I've got it noted, and when we come back, we're going to be able to, fully break that down right now, rather than us trying to answer maybe all of the questions during this question time in a formal council meeting.
my last question was about the date of the May Day that was set by Whangarei. I guess my question is, what is the issue with going with the 20th of June? Why has an earlier date been imposed upon us when that's not what we've agreed to? It's like the goalposts have changed.
If you're asking me that question, that really is a shareholder question and needs to be discussed, which I'm not supposed to.
Is that a DIA question, or where did that date come from?
It's like Marco's best place to answer, I think.
I haven't had a satisfactory answer to where the May date came from, other than that Whangarei Council would like to see expediency around this, and we've already agreed to moving it forward to the 1st of May. So multiple questions at an elected member steering group level and through our letter as to where that date came from hasn't been answered really, but it's one that we will hopefully be able to meet.
Would you like me to have a go at that? Early April, a paper came to the elected member steering group meeting in Whangarei, and as part of that, there was consideration into going to market for a CEO, bearing in mind that all the territorial authorities impacted by this legislation are going to the market for a CEO. And there is not that kind of talent pool in New Zealand to put a golden chalice CEO in charge of every water entity. That was the general school of thought in the room. So we wanted to go to the market, and we were going to go nationally and internationally. We are mindful that the CEO will steer what the new entity looks like to a large degree, and what the staffing requirements and structures will look like. A CEO of that calibre is probably already employed. And if we were lucky enough to get a CEO of that calibre, they would have to go through the statutory, give their notice and relocate period. So we estimated to get a CEO on board from recruitment to having them in the office could be 4 months, maybe a bit longer. We felt there was an advantage to going early to do that, but we had to have a commitment point that we were actually going to have an entity and a job for the CEO to apply for. So collectively, we made the call by resolution to bring the date forward to 1. The DIA or anybody else wants to add any comment to that, or Charlie?
Since then, the hunt for a CEO is still going through processing, and our estimate is maybe around September or October we'll see a CEO start. So a part of the request for the extension was acknowledging that that timeline has moved out, therefore we potentially could move back to the original June date.
I could just add one further comment to that. At the moment, our recruitment agent is sitting on their hands, not doing anything for the recruiting CEO, because we can't decide what the job size is. We don't know whether it's 1 council, 2 councils or 3 councils. So without being able to specify the job size, they're reluctant to go out and start advertising, quite frankly, because it will make a big difference to the remuneration and all those sorts of things. So Councillor Clare is absolutely correct that issue is one of our key driving issues.
Councillor Flanders.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Charlie, actually my questions have both been asked, but I just want to clarify. You said we're unable to digest the info, and particularly given that it was given to us 10 minutes ago and 3 of them are empty. But you said that Kaipara and Whangarei District Council were able to circulate and make a decision on the information, so I'm unsure how or why.
Through the chair, I couldn't comment on their rate of percolation on the information. However, they have made a decision.
Okay. And the second question is around at what point do we make a commitment point for elected members that they both be on the steering group instead of one elected member and an unelected member? Because I understand that this is not the decision that we should make here today, and following up on Councillor Allen's questioning, at what commitment point would that be the following step before the 20th of May? Would be. Thank you.
So through the chair, we would endeavour to provide elected members to have an opportunity to discuss that at a workshop, and then the decisions would need to come back to readdress the elements which Council had previously opined on, this Council, and have not been reflected in the documents, and then what options should be considered for the Council to make a decision on following that.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
I've got Councillor Research, then Chair McVeigh, then Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Research.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Murray. And I've asked this before, but I thought it'd be best for you to respond here, so it can be recorded for to hear, because that certainly would be helpful for speakers going forward. And you heard today how, from Elise and from Wendy and from Dallas, and the good work that Council in partnership with the trusted relationship that we have achieved an innovative solution and save millions of dollars. And the distrust for large corporates with their large budgets and expenses. I hope I summarised that quite well. So the question I have through you, Murray, on behalf of the board, which you now know, are you willing to look at innovative solutions going forward and therefore saving costs? And are you willing to pick up on the trusted relationship that exists and further those to make the savings that occur there as well?
Thank you, Councillor Research. And yes, you're right, we have had this conversation before, but I'm very happy to restate it. Only 2 of the people on our board out of the 5 you would regard as water experts. The rest of us have got various backgrounds and experiences and maybe talents in a range of areas. One of the things I'm particularly interested in my background is in innovation and use of innovation to shift boundaries and shift the debate. And so listening to Dallas, and I've heard Dallas speak a couple of times before, and she's very eloquent on these issues. And I was delighted to hear about this new technology that's been used and over in the Hokianga. Freudian slip. So yes, the answer is, and at least two other of my fellow board members are very experienced and very interested in new innovations. We will be looking at that very much as part of the program of the work that we do. So all of the major issues that we're looking at, the big, high, expensive ones, and there are several of those across the region that we'll be looking at. We will be looking at different ways of doing that. We'll be looking at structuring them, whether we have to spend all the money in one go, all those sorts of things. There will be fresh lens being used.
There was a part B, Marie, which is even more important than that is, will you be willing to pick up the relationships we've established with the various working groups?
Yes.
And the loss of knowledge and the skill that they've done?
Yes, we'd be pretty dumb not to be perfectly honest. So yes, yes, we will, definitely.
Good, I'll go to Chair McVeigh, then Councillor Balke.
Tēnā koe, John, for your questions. And this is probably a question to you, Kahika, is that I hear that the resource consents and the relationships and the working groups and probably the pipes and so on, and the responsibility will be under the CCO. And Dallas asked this, but I just want to really specifically ask, the actual land, that whenua that those systems sit upon, will the ownership of that also be transferred to the CCO, or will that be retained to FNDC?
I'm going to go to Charlie. I assume it goes over to the CCO. There is also a process around any land that is no longer required returning back to, but Charlie will be able to answer that.
Through the chair. So in the draft agreements that we have in front of us, there is a schedule around transfer principles, and they are couched at a principle-based level. We fully acknowledge that the intention is, where able, whenua would be transferred over to the entity because it forms the entity's balance sheet, and they are responsible for the operations and maintenance of the assets that are transferred. However, we're acutely aware that it's not always that straightforward. There are circumstances that need to be considered on a case-by-case basis for all assets, and that is a key piece of work that the board will be working in alignment with all three shareholders around the process which is required to conduct that exercise. So there may be scenarios where assets which are multi-purpose, so it's not clearly defined as being solely for the provision of drinking water or wastewater services. So that would need to be worked through. There are considerations where assets may be subject to treaty claim, for example. They would need to be worked through. I don't have answers at the moment. This is one of the examples where, given the time for the project team to work through, it was explicitly deferred to the next phase because of the sheer scale of the piece of work that needs to come through. But the board will be supported by their teams, and in the draft establishment document that we will work through, there are governance structures which articulate how it's expected the various groups from council staff, council governance, SRG will operate through the transition phase. And these are the types of matters that will need to be addressed during that period. So there's a lot of requirement to work through, make sure we've got alignment, that we've got common direction in terms of the objectives being sought, the guiding principles which are in the document in front of us. But there will be a lot of marketing around the specific pieces that come back to the various governance groups for consideration.
And Councillor Balke.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm going to get real basic and just
follow my colleague Councillor Court's lead, where we're looking at the recommendation before us right now, which we're going to have to vote on. And just as I see it, obviously a very basic overview. Correct me if I'm wrong as I go through. We have to do this through legislation. If we go now, we get a third share, but if we wait, maybe not. We have run out of time to get all the info we need to make a sound decision. Nevertheless, we've got the decision before us, as in because this page is missing and things are blank. So my question really is, I don't know if it's for legal, DIA, Charlie, whomever, but what are the risks based on this resolution before us? Does the DIA or legal see for us as councillors and as for the ratepayers if we go with what we've got before us today, given that we don't have all that information? Because at the end of the day, for me, it's risk against benefit. And when I'm standing in front of a ratepayer and they're saying to me, you signed that off and it had blank pages, I would like to be able to say the risks were explained to me for and against, and I voted accordingly. So I just want to be real basic. What are the risks if we go with this today?
As through the chair, so the risks had been contemplated about a week ago when the table was when the paper was produced.
Yeah.
At that point in time, the draft establishment plan was not populated in the agreements. That has been done subsequently, but elected members haven't had the time to percolate that information. The resolution that you have in front of you articulates the reaffirmation to the commitment, the opportunity to have more time to work through that and for elected members to gain comfort as a reversion back to that original date. However, there has been some progress, I guess, over the last weekend with this information, and we have this 20 May date, which has been discussed as well. So there are risks on either side.
We're not being asked today, Charlie, to sign these off.
Correct. Yeah,
that's right.
That's right.
It has been tabled as a FYI.
And conversations with the Chief Executive around the ability to have workshops now that there's more information that hasn't been shared with elected members in terms of the MSG or full council yet, would provide the opportunity for councillors to discuss that directly with the board, who will ultimately be responsible for the next phase and the running of this organisation.
A lot of those risks.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Smulders?
You saying that the staff are now not recommending option 1 and you're leaning towards option 4 now, given what you've just said with the new information?
Through the chair. So the resolution is worded relatively firmly around that 30 June date. That was what we contemplated at the time. There are two options we could consider in relation to that. Option 4 is a softer option that we could adjourn and draft some wording around. Or we could potentially articulate the concerns that had been raised in the current resolution. And
Charlie, the recommended option you put on the table, option 1, doesn't preclude us from making that decision before the 20th of May date.
It doesn't preclude it, no.
Which is what you would set out to do is in a timeline. With a sufficient workshopping. Getting that this item has taken us how much time, and it's not at the actual workshopping of the level of detail that elected members require to make. The biggest decision you potentially will ever make in your elected member's life is to transfer $1 billion of assets over to a new company. But it just goes to show that there's a lot of information sharing that has to happen. But this recommendation, option 1, allows us to meet imposed timelines that other councils have. All right, we're going to move into debate now. As mover, I am in favour of option 1, the recommendation that is on the table for us. I appreciate, Charlie, the work that you did following our last elected steering group meeting just last week to put something on the table. It was late, that's why we voted to consider it today, just so that we can ensure that our cousin councils understand that we are committed to this. We've already had this across the table 3 times, moving back into the last triennium as well. But that this still is not the final decision, because like we've said, we need to be able to sufficiently understand what all of these mean before we make a significant decision. Now, I, as Mayor of the Far North, am not comfortable with asking you all to make a vote when you haven't had enough time based off items that were only provided to our council yesterday morning. I want our staff to be able to go through that. I want us to be able to workshop things sufficiently. We've had the offer of having Helen, DIA, Murray, all in the room together with Charlie, with Guy, for us to be able to go through what the establishment plan looks like, to look at different scenarios. The recommendation on the table today reaffirms our commitment to Northern Waters, but also outlines the information that we just need to be able to workshop sufficiently, and Charlie and the GGs have a plan to be able to enable that. So I'm in favour of this today, and looking forward to us, should it go through, being able to workshop sufficiently and then bring a commitment point 2 back to the table when you all will have enough information to make a sound decision based on it. Councillor Research.
Thank you. Yeah, second, I support what's been there. Just acknowledge that Anne and I and the Mayor have been all over this for a while. Appreciate all the work that Guy and Charlie have actually done, which has made a huge difference myself anyway, personally, to try and get it past to this point. But as elected members, we are, as you see, what we had on the table was that there's 2 things that are actually missing, the financials and so on. And they're listed here in between 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so what we are saying is we are committed. We will, when we have that information, we are then in a position to make prudent decisions as we are actually charged to do under the Act. And it turned no less favourable, which, by the way, we will agree to, Schedule 3, which comes to completion here, list those things with a unanimous resolution required. We've actually agreed as a staff as a group to all of those things, all 3 councils, unanimous agreement at that time. So basically nothing wrong with that. I also do know that we can, we should move as quickly as we can, and certainly if they start to have information already, which I actually haven't had the party to look at in detail, it's busy. So if we can get that on the table, enough time for all elected members to look at and digest and have the questions answered, especially the workshop report, I think we can actually meet that earlier time frame. But I'm happy as it stands at the moment because it doesn't preclude that.
Okay, Councillor Stratford.
I actually want to see if we can just capture our, intention to, I feel like there is an intention to have a extraordinary council meeting to catch the 20th of May deadline. So I'm wondering if we can add in to B, instead of it saying, in that after the last comma, noting no subsequent council resolution has been taken to alter that date, noting WDC's establishment timeline and call an extraordinary council meeting before 20 May to approve establishment and join Northern Waters as a founding shareholder on the current negotiated terms as the new seconder, and I'm sure how everybody else's appetite is, but I strongly want to be a founding shareholder, not me, but on behalf of the residents and ratepayers, I want the FNDC to be a founding shareholder, and I strongly want to send our intent to try and get that drop dead date. Yeah. if the mover and seconder.
I think that's helpful for you ladies because then you don't have to print the legislative paperwork off for me to sign to do an extraordinary evidence in a resolution. Can you work on sufficient wording to get to that?
You're welcome.
The only thing I'd say is the mover of this and incorporating that is I don't want that to be seen as that I am okay with Whangarei District Council imposing a new time on us.
No.
And that then we just say, okay, you slap my other cheek. Because I think it was quite rude without understanding the mechanics behind where this date even came from.
Yeah.
We made a verbal request to return to our dream date. That was declined verbally in the steering group people. Therefore, I followed up with a formal letter, which was then declined at an elected steering level. Now we're outlining by resolution the information we require to be able to make a sound decision. So I'm happy to include it, but I just want to note that I am uncomfortable with the date and not understanding why that date has been imposed on us. But that despite all of that, whether by resolution or not, we're working on ensuring we can sufficiently workshop, be brief, and have an extraordinary to meet that time.
And just before I close off my kōrero on this, I feel like it's like, you know, we're at the beginning of an arranged marriage and, you know, there are some risks in an arranged marriage.
You must
and
see the prenup.
and things are getting bumpy as the prenup, you know, doesn't arrive in a timely manner. I wonder if, like, we have a code of conduct, you know, perhaps there needs to be some kind of, you know, I outlined my concern about the papers not, just the information share. You guys are doing your best to get the information to us, but I see it's not getting to you guys in a timely manner, and that's not on. So I think we need some kind of understanding outlined to.
One of the benefits of moving from the steering group to a shareholders representative group joint committee is that it would operate under standing orders, which our steering group currently does not. And standing orders, of course, has legislative responsibilities for timelines of when information can be considered.
Yeah, well, that'll be helpful, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I'll leave the GGs to continue to
I've got
read that and put it up. We'll go to Councillor Boyle and then
So, you're bringing up some of the difference for the recommendation. My concern is, first and foremost, I think it's really disrespectful to have blank pages and to think that we are going to approve something we don't even know what it says. That is not good governance. And I think it's really disrespectful to present that to elected members, especially at this time where our governance of our council has been questioned in the media. And I think it's really important that we do have good governance, which means that we need to know what something says before we agree to it, first and foremost. So thank you to the steering group members for ensuring that we have that information. It should be in a timely manner. The second aspect is that I have concerns about are at operational level and actually understanding the scope of the operational staff that will be part of this new CCO. And if the scope at an operational level is going to ensure that we're targeting more of the private sector staff to be part of the organisation, to look at those entrepreneurial business aspects that you would see in a CDCO, or if it's going to be more targeted from the council background staff there. And if that's to be made at an operational level, us as shareholders, I think we should have input into the skills matrix and actually what we would like to see as the aspects for that CCO to be competitive at a national level, but also to get that good value for a ratepayer that we are establishing this because of that. So I'm not sure, Charlie, how we would address those aspects. And with the information that's missing, if we can do that for the 20th of May.
Through the chair, I will note it down as an item for the agent workshop with councillors to provide some further discussion.
And the last aspect I have is the missing information about the integration between Free Waters operation and growth planning, and the lack of integration between what's going to happen with the Three Waters entity and stormwater and flooding, basically catchment planning. There is a big gap of missing information about those aspects that is yet to be determined. And it's not just about water, it's about subdivision, it's about planning, it's about how our operations and building consents and resource consents will be able to operate. And I'm not sure how that'll work at an operational level, let alone at a strategic level with our new district plans and our zonings and our upzonings. So that type of information in the transitions agreement is something that I'll be looking for as well, and I'd like to have addressed in terms of how we're going to fundamentally set that out. It's with such a large region with different growth aspects occurring. I'm not saying that you can answer that today, but there's still discussion points that you can have at a regional level. Thank you.
Councillor Court, then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Councillor Stratford. I am particularly anxious about the 30 June date, that signal MD. I have debated clause B in my mind in the wee small hours. I'm a little uncomfortable with the way it's presented, noting no subsequent council resolution has been taken to alter the date. I don't think we've presented that option to council at any stage. I stand to be corrected on that. But as a working group, we did unanimously resolve to bring the date forward. The reason that have already been articulated in the Q&A. I am particularly anxious that Wongarei does seem to hold all of the cards if we don't join by 20 May. And because we're in public, I'm limited to what I can share, other than to say we did have legal counsel in the room at the working group meeting who did affirm that that mantle transfers to Whangarei District Council if we don't sign up by 20 May. And it's unfortunate that at that time, all staff had been asked to leave the room, so there were only the representatives from the elected member steering group, legal counsel and Department of Internal Affairs in the room. I'm asking you to take that in the good faith that I'm imparting that information, that is, I challenged that question to Simpson Grierson and they affirmed that that was the legal position. If we don't join, and if Whangarei does renegotiate the terms and conditions, what is the risk? And we've asked that and we don't know. But we do know what the missing gaps are in the information. And I can't begin to explain to you how difficult this has been. We've attended somewhere between 20 and 30 meetings in Whangarei. The stack of paperwork on my floor is over a metre high. We have been bringing together 3 completely disparate councils who have different accounting systems, different activity management systems, different debt levels, different rating models, and trying to merge them into a model that will work for one. We spent considerable amount of time on the water service delivery plan, and that is still under revision. You will not have that information by 20 May. At incorporation date, we're going to revalue all the assets to determine what net present value looks like, and that is going to determine part of the settlement. You will not have that information by 20 May. It's impossible to quantify what some of those things will look like. So some of this is a legal fail. One of the things that we did share with you was this little timeline. Now, you're not going to be able to see that on your phone, but that little timeline has not changed. And what that little timeline says is that phase one, now my phone is frozen, phase one, which was scoping and preparation, would take us through to 1 July this year. And from 1 July this year, establishment and transition. And from 1 July next year, we'd go live. So between now and 1 July 2027, a lot of work still needs to be done. It is not an open-ended checkbook. It is not the final commitment date. But if we do not change B in some way that signals we are still in this polygamous marriage, we run an enormous risk that we will end up with terms less favourable than are on the table today. Councillor Paul, you talked about stormwater. Stormwater has been deliberately excluded from this point in time. It is complex. It is so complex because it involves our roading network, which forms the largest part of our stormwater management system. Regardless, the government has introduced some legislation that requires that this be picked up as a separate work stream. And I did email you that. If your email is anything like mine, it may be that you've missed it because you're just completely overwhelmed. So that is a work in progress, and growth has been captured in the water service delivery plan, but it comes after compliance. So the first thing we've got to do is address compliance. You probably haven't all read all the paperwork. All I can say is John, Moko and I have spent more time at Whangarei District Council than we've spent here on the paper. We've had really good debates. We've had incredible support from legal, incredible support from DIA. Our external appointment to the board is David Hawkins. We were so lucky to get him. He was instrumental as part of setting up the Auckland model. He was the mayor of, I'm going to say Pukekohe at the time, something like that. He's provided invaluable feedback. Carly has burnt the candle at both ends, and we all owe his wife a big bouquet of flowers. We're having to put up with that. And our CEO. So if we can make some amendments to B that signals a clear intention that we will be ready by 20 May, I will be comfortable and I won't be in a position of voting against the recommendation today, which is not where I want to be, because this is the right thing for the farmer moving forward. In the agendas, Councillor Foy, you'll also find a significant amount of work that our Emma has put together on staffing and the skills. It's all in there. And I'm sure we can get that to you. But there's a leap of faith here. I don't think you're going to get all the data you need by 20 May. If you're looking for black and white financial contribution, black and white service delivery plan, black and white transition agreement, then we'll have more than we've got today. And I don't think you'll have it in the totality. I appreciate that at our meeting last week, I voted in opposition to my colleagues, which wasn't a great position to be in. But I felt at that time the risk far outweighed the missing gaps in the information. Thank you, Your Worship.
Kia ora, like many, don't appreciate being sped up with not enough information, but happy to protocol that amendment if that reduces your workload, and as it stands, it doesn't preclude us from going there anyway. So on that, and just wanted to pick up on Councillor Boy's comment about the matrix and wanting to have that discussion and be part of that design as well, because from experience, European epistemology has been framed as the expert level, but bringing back kōrero from our tohunga, Dallas King, and the use of the pūrākau of Puhi Te Aiwa in hand with Western tools has produced not only world-class systems here in Te Huku o Te Ika, but defied all expert budgeting and coming well under budget. She noted there, or maybe her beautiful daughter noted that that was done to the benefit of ratepayers. So I just want to make sure that that's on the record here, that our schools matrix should align with the matakititanga ao tātou mātua tūpuna tā Apira Ngata, who said, ko tō ringa ki ngā rākau a te Pākehā, ko tō ngākau ki ngā taonga ao tātou mātua tūpuna. Now, that was back in 1949, and how matakite, can't find the English word for that, was that. And this is our opportunity to not only take the learnings of Te Mauri o Te Wai into this much greater beast of a CCO, but to also, in this day and age, regardless of what's going on, give effect to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, where mātauranga of both worlds are valued and brought together for the benefit of another.
Tēnā koe. Anyone else? Councillor Smalders.
Well, thank you, Mayor, through you. As we've all mentioned here as elected members, our role is not to rely on partial visibility or implied assurances, and our role is to make decisions based on complete, clear and accessible information. That information is not available here today, and so that decision should not be made. But there's actually a second issue here, and it's a fundamental one, and it's around the current negotiated position around shareholding. It's a critical protection for this council and for our communities. And once that position is lost, it cannot simply be regained later. It defines our influence, our control, and our long-term outcomes. And so that's not something we should treat lightly or leave a window open to uncertainty. So I took what Councillor Court and what Councillor Stratford mentioned. And so for that reason, I actually lean towards option 4, because option 4, it retains the 1/3 shareholding for each council. It preserves the balance. It protects us against loss of influence. And importantly, it keeps the door open while ensuring we do not give away our position prematurely. So this governance, right now, option 1 does not meet that standard. So instead of doing a amendment of B, option 1 to change it to 20 May, I propose that we go option 4. It's clear, let's do 20 May, but let's keep our shareholding. And I think that that's a nice balance and should be considered. Thank you.
My understanding is that it's just been implied that our shareholding would be at risk, but we haven't had anything in writing to that effect. I will consider option 4 should option 1 fail as well. Is that the reading? I think we can have something to see.
Yeah, review memo call. Our legal advice on teams is to into a new point.
So like everything goes down by the alphabet by 1. Correct.
Would that not then contradict that we've said 30 June, but now we want 20 May?
Well, 30 June is the Water Services Delivery Plan, so whether it's a contradiction or not, it is.
I don't
see.
Yeah. I don't read this as precluding it. The 30 June date is the legislative deadline for council. However, we're obviously inserting this around the
The extraordinary meeting will be on the 20th, which is our Toko Transport Committee. It will go before that, but that will, I think in the timeline it was, that would enable a workshop date and a backup date and the time for the paperwork to be prepared sufficiently for the meeting itself. So it will take place. And we will stipulate by resolution the actual date, it can't just be a date. And that was my right of reply.
Okay.
I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Councillor Snyder's recorded. That has carried. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you to we're now going to break for lunch for 40 minutes. I will see you all back at 5 to 1. Which means 1 o'clock. Kia ora, welcome back to our council meeting. We have considered one paper and have 21 to go. We've all had much, so that's pretty good. We're going to jump straight into item 5.1, which is on page 8 in the agenda, that the council continue the minutes of our meeting held on the 1st of April and our extraordinary council meeting held on the 15th of April. As a chair, record I will go. Thank you, that's restricted. I did have a note from Councillor Halfyard Harawira, who I believe is online, and it was, if we could just note in here, on page 14, item 5.1, the tourist photo frame at Stockyard Point Scenic Reserve, if we could just make a note in confirming these minutes that the traditional name for that point is Te Koti Kotinga. Has anybody else got anything to raise from the minutes? Then I will put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We are now going to go to our community board minutes, item 7.2 on page 211. The recommendation is that we note the minutes from our April meetings for our community boards. I will move on to the seconder. Thank you, Councillor Research. And we are going to go over to our community board chairs now, starting with our community board. Pass over the chair secretary.
I'm just going to break with protocol slightly. Can you please take my report as read? Are there any questions? I'd like to give a 100-day report on the progress of Te Hiku and basically to myself. There have been several issues that have been raised, and they can be quite diverse in terms of some of them are due to consultation or lack of, and some of the issues we were dealing with, hence things were staying on the table. And just as a background, I've got 6 of our team, 4 of them are new. So as we're getting past train information filtering through, sometimes it's hard for the new members to basically digest it all and be involved in meaningful conversation. So that's been an issue. And in terms of lack of consultation, we're working with staff, don't get me wrong. When those areas have been highlighted and identified, staff have been more than available to work with those and work through with those issues. So it's in that respect, we're getting good value for money, and a good relation being built up in terms of communication. The other problems just lies with myself. I'm used to talking at a meeting, and I find it sometimes hard to remember that I am actually running the meeting. So there's been a few hiccups there, and often under the table I get a little kick or a nudge from those that help me. I can't speak any higher of the people that are allocated to our team to help us at the meetings. It's been brilliant. And I know sometimes when I see them down here working on issues with council, I often think that they're pushed to the limit in terms of the work they do. Just recently, we've experienced the trauma of cyclones and other adverse weather. The trauma of the cyclone doesn't stop there. It's the post-trauma that we see a lot in the smaller communities. And I've been totally impressed with the responses from our emergency teams and the community that who have gone out of their way to help wherever they could. And the thing I like about that too, it's not just tapping ourselves on the shoulders, it's everyone getting together and saying, we can do this better, and we're looking at better systems to address those in the future. I just also want to mention being able to sit at this table and work with staff, councillors, elected members, etc.,
It's a privilege. Learning a lot. Sometimes it's hard to keep up. And I suppose some of our other chairs would say the same thing. But extremely rewarding and it brings everything together for me. As a committee board member back in the day, in the last 6 years or 2 trienniums, sometimes you just didn't have that information and you were voting or talking blind half the time. And I find this situation sitting with you all very informative, and it helps me a lot in terms of my position. Once again, I can't speak any higher of my teammates over this side, the chairs. They've been more than helpful, friendly, and anything I ask, they are there to help me through. How shall I say this? I enjoy my job probably more than I did in terms of the 6 years as a member. The challenges are there, but and like I said, there's 2 old members, or them old, but 2 old members still sitting on the board, and that was just enough to help me through too. Someone that I can reflect with and go back before we address our new team. To my team, to our team, you've got the PGs, or we've got the PGs, we've got the TTs, Tiku team, and they are brilliant. They are working well, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge, and everything's starting to gel. We've had some problems to start with, but we're getting over those, and I expect wondrous things from all of us. I think we may have a movie made after our next meeting, dreading that. Originally, it was supposed to be just like Jesse, a solo act, and no, I'm not into that. So I've asked for a team presentation, and I think that's only fair. So, thank you.
Do you have any questions or I'll take your chair?
Yeah, Phil, I appreciate everything you do, like all the chairs. What can we do to make it easier for you to do your job? Really good question.
What? It's just like the problems you have. Late notification. You've got so many things you're dealing with in terms of the community that ring you, phone you, call into your shop, impose their time on you, which is cool. They're used to it, and I'm used to it. So just getting things a lot earlier would be good. No, I think that's enough. Information earlier, just so we can process it, just so my team can get up to play. That would be great.
And an opportunity to circulate on ways that we can work better together or support our community board members is on the agenda for our combined community board workshopping tomorrow, which we hope will inform what our eventual council and community board accords look like. Any other questions for Chair Stabritsky? We'll move on to our Kaikui Hokianga Community Board and pass to Chair McLean.
Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity. I just want to say I'm so proud of Te Māori o Te Wai and where we're at, and thank you for allowing those deputations, and thank you to the Far North District Council for the investment and the support and the ongoing mahi, particularly of our kaimahi Tanya Proctor here to enable that wastewater system to happen. It's amazing for South Hokianga to get that kind of support and investment and be, frankly, nation leaders, if not world leaders, which we might be as well. Watch this space. But yeah, that's really exciting, and it's exciting also in terms of the potential reduction of greenhouse gases of our wastewater systems, which is a massive contributor, and it's very likely to reduce the cost to the ratepayers for systems like this. So that's really cool. In terms of the floods, we still have ongoing impacts. I'm still getting, even last night, getting contacted by people who've had ongoing impacts. So it's really big. It's been a big issue for many of our whānau and our communities. And again, we are preparing for future events and supporting our community. So huge mihi once again to the civil defence response, emergency response, and all of the team who were pulled into that amazing support there. We're really excited for our beautification fund going to Horike community. Another place in Hokianga that is getting some love from Whanau District Council via the community board. So that's exciting for us. Just want to say we had many commemorations for the Anzac Day and they went beautifully. It's a very important day for our whānau. We had a footpaths workshop and it feels really good to be able to support our smaller places, our townships and valleys and little centre of the world places for us, but tiny compared to our larger towns, that they'll be getting some new footpaths, so that's cool. And looking forward to the roading workshop and really looking forward to the July 1st contracts kicking off and being so monitored and really looking forward to the results of that. Thank you all. And just want to say that with our Pride of Place funding and which we'll be making decisions on in our upcoming hui, we've got a widespread range of applications, which I'm really excited to see. That is across our many parts of our ward, and that these funds that are distributed by community boards are really, really important to our communities, and the bang for your buck that you can get through just redistributing that amount of money through our communities to do things that is important for them is doubling or tripling what council might be able to do. So, ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa.
Tēnā koe. Are there any questions for Karakura Group?
Just one part I just on page 220 regarding the resolution around the poplar trees. I just noted that
yes.
The 5 poplar, it says 5 healthy poplar trees.
I know. I was waiting for someone to ask me about me being one of the people responsible for cutting down healthy trees, but the report that we got was that the reason behind it is that some of them are a way of stormwater works being done, and one is in the way Top Energy are concerned about its proximity to them.
Just wanted for anyone watching online, but also the story that was written also talked about the trees being choked, and there was a picture of the trunks of the trees being lifted. So I'm just questioning whether they actually were healthy or not. Oh, I'll go with whatever the experts have said, but I just was reminded that I really, it hurts me to vote for cutting down trees. So what I'm trying to push for is not just plant one tree back, but probably 100, but smaller ones that aren't going to get in the way of the line. About that. So that infrastructure, does that mean that area that becomes a big fishbowl where people try and drive off might be fixed? Is that the intention? I wish, but it's on the other side of the road. Okay. So that area, the fishbowl that I was looking at this morning and thinking it probably needs some health and safety because it's deeper than many people's swimming pools sometimes, is still not on council. So I don't think we've got much influence as yet. Thank you.
Lovely. We will go to our Bay of Islands Whanau Community Board now and to Sheila.
Thank you. Just want to raise 3 things really. Firstly, I'd like to point out on page 229 and 230, we spent quite a considerable time over Taupo Bay steps issue, which has been very controversial in the press over the last weeks. we had quite a robust discussion around this and have a fairly clear recommendation as to where we would like this to go moving forward on page 229 and 230. And just to note that, that we will be doing, none of our board members bar our Māori Ward councillor, Ara Hanui, were actually present at that on-site meeting, so we will probably taking our board up there to do an on-site meeting, so we've got a good overview of the whole area and a good excuse for a road trip. So if anyone's got a van, just wanted to also inform you that the Kitty Domain Advisory Group met for the first time this week, which is really constructive, moving forward, because the community board is actually pursuing applying to council to have the Kitty Domain as a delegation to our board, so just heads up on that one. And finally, I just want to acknowledge Richard Dooley and the Kawakawa community this morning for their deputation. The housing development in Kawakawa is getting a lot of attention on social media and in the press generally. And I just want to acknowledge my board member, Rodney Hapaniwhina, who actually attended a public meeting and spoke on behalf of, and there'll be more ongoing public meetings apparently, on behalf of the community. I think it's really interesting at this point from a community board perspective that I'm not sure whether or not they have received any consents as such, but if so, community board members are usually requested to comment if need be. And I think the message was loud and clear there this morning that the community at this stage would like to see that application not be non-notified, so that if it is notified, everyone will have the opportunity to actually have some input into it. The fact that there were strong universal concerns in the community was quoted this morning. There's also contrary opinions in social media. So I think it's really important if we're going to get into something that's very, we all suddenly become, hydrologists and experts in every field of flooding. And we actually just take this into the public arena if this is going to go ahead. It may be that they don't legally have to notify it, but I'm just putting it to you as a council that it might be a wiser decision to actually go for limited notification on that consent and just acknowledge my support for the community and speaking out here today.
Thank you, Chairwood. Are there any questions? Or Councillor Researcher Seconder would like to speak to recommendation. Anyone else?
Yeah. Just want to acknowledge the board members that are doing their member reports. I find it really helpful when I read through the agendas to know what's happening in your rohe. And I think that Bill had 100%. 100% board member reports. Yeah. But just pass it on.
Setting the standard, safety.
I don't know, it was a competition. Watch this space.
All right. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That's carried. We're now going to go to page 28 to item 6.1, psychoactive substances. Recommendation is that council agree that the psychoactive substances local approved policy has been reviewed. They agree that the psychoactive substance local approved policy 2014 should continue without delay.
Move.
Moved by Councillor Shepard, seconded by Councillor Hapia. Shane, is there anything you'd like to add to this tabled agenda item, noting it has been through to Cook?
Just that, although there aren't any psychoactive substances currently approved, they could be approved any day. And it's prudent financially to leave this as a policy. If we decide to revoke it, we have to go through section 43 of the local. So it would just cost resources and ratepayer money rather than just leaving it there. It also allows us to be more proactive. If something is approved, we don't have to start from scratch and go through the policy.
Any questions for staff? We'll go to debate. We'll go to Councillor Stratford as we move on.
Shane said no.
Councillor Alkiat, how do we?
Take to form.
Any other members? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We'll now go to item 6.2, which is our revenue and financing policy. We've got the recommendation there that this council adopts the revenue and financing policy 2024 analysis report, adopt the amendment to the revenue and financing policy 2024 as set out in attachment 2, and resolve that that policy takes effect from the 1st of May and authorises the city to make any necessary editorial amendments or changes before publicly released in its final form. Councillor Research there, seconded by Councillor Foy. I'll pass over to Shane, you're back. Sorry, my chair notes are wrong. We know Virginia, welcome. Would you like to add anything to your written report? Right, we're going to move into the debate. We'll go to Councillor Research.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pretty much happy with that, and what comment I'm going to make at the moment is really relating to page 6-7, the funding principles. And I've spoken to Charlie about this, and it's got each generation of ratepayers should receive the services they receive, and so on. But it's the point 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is capital expenditure to replace assets will be funded from rates in the form of depreciation. I'd just like you to read something out to you. And I know we've been doing this depreciation reform, which I would love to see happen. And I'm seeing information around that. This is what is depreciation expenses? Put simply, depreciation expenses. Okay, it's the using up of the asset over the asset's lifetime. But it is not, depreciation is not about funding the replacement of the asset. So really that actually is not really the right thing to do. I know the council did anything else. I would suggest that you put in there that capital expenditure replace something, an asset, which is funded by just as we are doing the rest of it. We don't talk about the fund. And then you can have something in there talking about depreciation, just so that we're clear on all that. Otherwise we create sort of misunderstanding. Whatever. And you can comment on that. Anybody can comment on that. Charlie, you can comment on that. You know what I said before. But it's quite important. I know people think this is going to be changing, and that's where all that appreciation comes from. I appreciate that that's going to be looked at. Also, I'm told it's going to be looked at.
The question, given this has gone out for public consultation, if that demonstrates a material change or not?
It's not.
Face value, it doesn't. But I just want to ask the question.
Yeah, you can ask the question, yeah. But then I'll point out the recommendation which I'll have to
Can I have a response to Councillor Court's question in this instance?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, so depreciation is covered by the revenue. If we were to look at changes for council, it would be supplementary to what's being taken as the different scope. What we are intending to do is working through the Chief Executive on the balance sheet map and bringing some information through to elected members to initially sort of understand the lay of the land for the cost of owning assets as a part of an introduction to the long term. Any potential changes to depreciation policy, whether they are contemplated on that point, the workshop.
Yeah, so this is a financial policy note. I realise that, but I'll take the opportunity to put the key to get through.
Okay, Councillor Foy, seconder.
Firstly, great paper, Virginia. Our council's lucky to have you here as a staff member. This has been a long time coming. The question I had wasn't specifically about the revenue and financing policy, but how that interrelates with our connections policy, which we don't have. So I'm not sure what is the instrument upon how much you charge someone, like when it will be implemented in 1st of July. I'm still unsure as to if you're building one house or 5 houses, how work in terms of, is it based on the land area, like if it's permitted, or is it based on a controlled activity subdivision, or you only get charged if it's a discretionary I'm not sure how it's going to work.
Through the chair, if I could just bring everyone's attention back to the thing that's on the table at the moment is the revenue and financing policy, and the issue is we needed to make that amendment to the revenue and financing policy to enable us to legally collect development contributions. Councillor, you were talking about a different subject, which is the development contributions policy itself, and that was really talked out through before we adopted that policy. There's been stand-ups for councillors to bring these questions, and I'm quite happy to continue on with that at another date after this one's been determined, if that's okay.
No, I'm happy to follow that up. I think it's more in the context of that we're now starting the new Waters CCO, and each council has a separate approach in terms of very similar to Kaipara. Themselves is very much almost beautiful. But that's something that I'll have further questions, probably more so to the regulatory arm and how that's implemented through development, through building consents and resource consent.
Through the chair, from my understanding, it will be left to the CCO to determine whether it would like it to implement its own contributions policy, or I will just bring everyone's attention back to the amendment on the table, which is the amendment.
I'm happy with the policy as it stands. It's more about implementation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good, I have no other indications. We'll go to Councillor Smulders, then
Thank you, Mayor. This policy is actually one of the most important documents we will adopt as council, because it determines who pays, how much they pay, why they pay it, and it goes directly to fairness, transparency, accountability. My concerns are around the real-world impact on ratepayers across different groups, and we're asked to make a decision on this without understanding fully who wins, who loses, and by how much. So there's no direct financial implications for our community. Councillor Vucic has already highlighted the depreciation issue, and Councillor always clarified the point of unknowns. Yes, it is to execute the development contributions, which you're right, has already been voted on, but I still don't think it is enough information and enough regarding the distribution of benefits and the ability to pay and setting up these funding mechanisms. There's a real risk that these costs are being shifted without transparent justification on what ratepayers can understand. Thank you.
I've got Dean, who's willing to get out there. Virginia, I might type over the K. Okay.
Thank you. I just want to bring the focus back. What case is this?
Point of order, is the staff entering the debate? Was that a question?
Oh, sorry, I missed what was said. So can you repeat what you said so I can make a judgment on the points of order?
Just want to emphasize that the focus of this paper was on enabling the funding mechanism to support the actual development contribution policy rather than reset and rescope costs. Previous consideration.
I'm satisfied with that reaffirmation of what the paper is about, so I don't think staff are entering the debate. Thank you for that. But your question, Councillor Smulders, was?
I didn't have one. That was my point. Staff don't need to comment. Thank you.
Councillor Sheffield.
Thank you. For the paper, Virginia, and staff clarifying information. And I just, funny that I'm going at the end. The policy had submissions on things that weren't in relation to the development contributions, but those were out of scope. Those things were not changed through this policy review. All we were doing was, here's my words, aligning our revenue and financing policy with the decision that we've already made to reinstate development contributions, making sure that we can lawfully collect them from 1st of July to areas that were highlighted in the current long-term plan that have growth. And members of the public can go and have a look at the development contributions policy. It has excellent tables referring to where across our district these development contributions will be applied from the 1st of July. Thank you.
Any other member? I'll go to Councillor Research for right of reply. No, I support it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? Opposed? That's it. That is carried. We're going to go to item 6.3. Thank you, Kelly. We're going to go to item 6.3 on page 85 now. Submissions on government reforms and bills for civil local processes. The organisation that we approve the process is the governing attachment to this report. So we have authority to the new deputy mayor and secretary to approve and sign out submission for the government and to select committees with the requirement that a minimum of 2 of those office holders sign out in the submissions. Delegate authority to our Te Kukupā Committee for Strategy, Policy and Regulation to approve submissions consistent with the submissions on government reforms, decision making and approval process 2026 is set out in the attachment, and approve updates to council's delegations register in terms of reference for the Te Kukupā Committee in accordance with B and C above. I'd like you to move. Move. I'd like you to seconder. Away. I have Steve. Hello, Steve. Who is on hand to either speak to the paper, and it might be helpful. This has gone through Te Kukupā, but you have updated tables to speak to it and answer any questions before we go into.
So perhaps I could just alert members just to 2 material changes that were made following the Te Kukupā deliberation. So Te Kukupā asked for 2 material changes. So page 91, the decision making and processes. 206, there were 3 changes that followed with further consideration. The first change is these changes were only for cases where there were political submissions. And Te Kukupā asked for paragraph 3B2, which is that where a submission is political and not available as more than 20 work days, a workshop will be convened for all available elected members, and the deliberations will then provide direction to staff on the content of the submission. The second change was paragraph 3C2 and 3. The Te Kukupā asked that where less than 20 work days provide, that elected members would be invited to provide feedback on the submission, and to the extent practicable in the available time, the feedback will then be considered by the mayor, deputy mayor. So they were the 2 material changes that were made following the.
Thank you for questions. I've got Councillor Balfe. Councillor Balfe.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to, I put forward these changes because I just wanted to ensure that elected members had input right from the get-go as to what they would like to see as a submission through, especially political ones, so that we could all agree prior to it being sent off. So my points were just early elected member input,
input before drafting, and even under tight timeframes, that we still get an option to give input. So that is why I put through those. So I am to support.
These Councillor Smollers.
Thank you. We're at questions, not debate.
Questions.
We're at questions. Steve, those 20 working days, when it comes out that we need to put a submission in, does our clock start then, or does that start when the staff decide that we might put a submission, or how does the clock start on 20 working days?
Clock would start based on the number of working days that the government or parliament made available to provide a submission.
So the day it goes live.
So when the processors say where there is less than 20 working days available, that's less than 20 working days made available by either the government or a select committee.
Thank you.
We'll go into the debate now. I'm in favour of the submission process. I said this at the Te Kukupa level, and I also said it in the workshop we had at the back of the cloud when Chambers was getting painted or something was getting fixed again. But just appreciate having we always did have a process, but one that everyone understands, and it's, I love seeing little charts and follow down how it works and all of that sort of thing. So again, just appreciative that this has made it to a committee level where we've had some additional changes made there, and now it's at council level for us to sign off so everyone understands how it works. So thank you, Steve. Councillor Rafina.
Thank you, Steve. Acknowledging the updates on this, and also those who have worked on it that has gone through Te Kukupa. Also acknowledging the piece on page 90, whilst the recommendation item that you had before us doesn't directly have implications for Māori. During my first training and this current training, a lot of the reforms and bills actually do have an effect on Māori. And so when I look at the decision that we have before us, especially with C and D, I appreciate this going through the right networks and building up to this point through Te Kukupa. I question the appetite to have this come through Te Kuaka as well. We talked about it a fortnight ago, having hapu and iwi representation and making sure that we're not leaving that consultation, that engagement part waiting for the end, but we have it right at the forefront. So when I see either, well, both C and D, or either or, to have the addition of Te Kuaka added to that, to ensure that we are safeguarding our processes around what we have before us today, not taking away anything, but adding more value, the process around our reforms and bills that we have before us today. So I would actually ask the chairman if there's a way that we can work Te Kuaka into the wording of our item before us at this moment.
I'd ask how you could operationalise when a submission would make sense. But the reason why I'm nervous, this has already been through several iterations and I'm pitching it at the last minute. Maybe I'll leave it to lie and you guys can figure it out. I don't want to workshop what that means or try and change a final resolution when we've had an initial workshop. We've had it go through a committee and now we're at the council table. But I can see the members' intent and I'm in support of the intent that he's trying to highlight here. It's just that it's coming in at the last minute. And that's not on the member, that's just highlighting. Our organisation has considered that.
Is there a time issue? Like if we did some more work on this and brought it back to the next council meeting?
No. Oh, there's no particular urgency on this, and that. You're free to ask us to do more work on it. We could bring it back. There's no press.
This is the process. So this is something that could. We can approve this today, and just like anything.
This is a process that you own. So there's no particular urgency driving it except wish to get it into place.
I think this is something that we can capture outside of trying to make policy on the fly in a meeting. So I'll say to the member or members that would like to see that happen, you can vote the way you want to vote, but it doesn't, whether you vote for or against it, I can see that there could be an opportunity to further explore that operationally anyway. But as mover, I would want that to come across as an amendment rather than being supportive of it at the last minute.
Are you signalling an amendment, Councillor Vakana?
Thank you. I'll chair from here. Okay, I'm having an adjournment.
Come up with the wording.
See you in 5 minutes.
Okay, so in
Yes, even though I'm
Harley, if you could count us back down for live stream. I'll pass it over to Councillor Rakima for the proposed amendment.
For the wording, start at the wording.
So I'm sorry if I can just consider the amendment. So the amendment would be that council approve the submissions on government reforms, decision-making and approval process 2026 is set out in the attachment to this report, subject to adding Te Kuaka Committee for Māori Strategic Relationships Chairperson to policy section 3G, Roman numeral 1. It's been moved by Councillor Rakima. Councillor Allen. We'll pass over to staff to comment on the amendment and take any questions.
That's perfectly. It's perfect.
Any questions on the amendment? And I'll pass to Councillor Rakima to speak in favour of the amendment.
It's quite plain and simple, really. I already spoke to it early on. All it is just adding surety for all of us, and it reads out where a submission is political and the time available to make a submission is more than 20 working days. The following approval and sign-out process will apply, which is part I, part B, I here. The General Manager's strategy and policy will brief the Chair of Te Kukupa and Te Kuaka on the reform. That's all it is. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
And just reiterating that our Te Kukupa committee not only holds hapu rangatira, but they are also experts, as we heard in the mihi at the start with Papa Kipa, Dallas King and the Kuhinga they bring, and everyone else who sits on that committee are experts in more than just being hapu rangatira, and I think it's very opportunistic for us to include them in these discussions to have a really robust response and submissions on the different things that will come our way.
Any other members to speak to it? Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, Yumir. This is not about whether the council should make submissions, it's about how we make them and who gets to shape them. They are formal positions taken on behalf of our entire community, and they can influence national law, funding settings and future obligations on this council. Because of that, I believe those submissions should carry a clear democratic mandate. At the moment, this process allows for submissions to be developed through internal channels, consolidated before elected members see the full picture, and in some cases, submitted without full council input. So I bring your attention to option 1, where now Te Kuaka or Te Kukupa or both or council will approve. So who's actually approving here? Is it Te Kuaka? Is it Te Kukupa? Or is it the council? So I would like to propose an amendment, and the GGs have the amendment, so that the voice from our community comes from the people elected to represent it, not from unelected people sitting on committees. And this should be visible to the public. This is ultimately about who holds the pen when council speaks. And my amendment does not prevent submissions, but it's about being transparent.
I'm just going to stop you there, Councillor Smulders, to just get a little bit of clarity, because what we're considering right now is an amendment, Councillor Rakina and Councillor Allen, to include a briefing to the chair of Te Kuaka as well as the chair of Te Kukupa committees, not for sign-off to be delegated further than the delegation under this Te Kukupa committee, which doesn't have any non-elected members sitting on it. But I just need some standing orders clarification around an amendment to an amendment.
We would need to put the current amendment, and then if there needed to be further changes, we could consider further.
So I'm signalling that it does say under option 1 that either Te Kukupa or council can approve. It does clearly say that. It does not have to come to full council. Thank you.
Would any other members like to speak to the current amendment? If you could put that. I will be honest, I was a bit hoha to have changes to what had already been shaped up and been through initial workshop and a committee level. But the proposed amendment as it is worded, I think is something that I can be supportive of, because it's simply being briefed by the GM of policy and strategy. So both of these chairs, which then Councillor Rakina as chair of Te Kuaka can ruminate or percolate what that means for him and his role as the chair of that committee. So I can be supportive of that amendment as it is. Councillor Rakina, right of reply? I'll put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Opposed. I just don't think there's time to take it all in as such a quick process, so I have to oppose.
Recorded?
Yes, please.
Councillor Balke, would you like yours recorded? And an abstention from Councillor Court. That has passed and it will form a substantive motion now. And I will now take Councillor Smoulder's amendment. Do I need to move into the substantive first? No. Councillor Smoulder's, if you could give your amendment, please.
That all submissions on behalf of the Far North District Council must be approved by the resolution of a full council prior to submission, except in cases of genuine urgency. That draft submissions must be circulated to all elected members and made publicly available at least 5 working days prior to council consideration. That all submissions include a clear record of council's resolution, including the voting outcomes. And I'd like to vote on them separately because I understand that C is not really that palatable, but would still like A and B to proceed. D, where urgency prevents prior council approval, submissions made under delegated authority must be reported back to council meeting, and that council retains the authority to determine whether it will make a submission on any government reform or legislative proposal.
Thank you. That's been moved by Councillor Smolders. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second for the purpose of debate.
Councillor Balke. Councillor Smolders, would you like to read out the amendment? Would you like to speak to it?
Yes, please. Elected members are only seeing the draft at the moment, and we need an opportunity to contribute. If we don't sit on either of those committees, then this could potentially go past us and not be in front of our eyes. And so if we're going to speak on behalf of the Far North District Council, then that voice should come from the people elected to represent it. And so it should be visible to the public. And so we should be able to have our eyes on it. Thank you.
Councillor Balke.
Reading it. I'll leave it to the end. My comments to the end. Thank you.
You didn't have comfort with the last one because it was too long. So
yeah.
Give me some time.
Thank you.
I'm going to speak against this amendment because then we need to have term definitions of what genuine urgency means. We have to have term definitions of what whenever practical means, otherwise we have grey area. And I feel like we found a level of comfort in Te Kukupa, in the committee that I sat in understanding clearly what timeframes mean, and trusting staff and trusting Te Kukupa on what is going to happen, how it's going to happen, when it's going to happen. I don't always agree with the way council votes, but I'll still wear it anyway because a majority of members have. And so I just let it happen. I also have just concerns with workload at a council level, and no one else other than probably myself, Deputy Mayor Larkin, by Stratford from the previous term, or our previous Deputy Mayor Paul, will appreciate the amount of work that goes into making a day like today happen. It's a significant amount of work just to stand up a council meeting, and that's why we have the power to create committees and to delegate authority down to a committee level to enable something to happen. And while I won't always be at a Te Kuku meeting, I trust that the colleagues will be able to, under the delegated authority, come to a decision that I will just carry, whether it's something that I personally agree with or not. I will agree that we gave that power of delegation to that committee. And so just in practical sense, I can't support this amendment because I don't know what genuine urgency means. I don't know what whenever practical means, because that's subjective to the individual and how they interpret it. And I feel like our staff have found a process that is workable for us. And for the previous amendment that I was in favour of, I believe the staff members' wording is perfect. So I'm not supportive of this just because I don't think it's required. Any other members that speak on the motion?
Just a clarification. Can we see what's the difference between this one and the last one other than the Te Kuaka? Is it nearly the same or? I don't know.
In your agenda.
This requires all submissions on government legislation to come to full council rather than our Te Kuku committee.
I thought it always did come to full council. The committees make the recommendations, then it comes to council.
Now that we've got a policy, strategy and regulation committee, we've delegated authority for submissions to that committee.
Yes.
So that committee now, in the original motion on the agenda, is we give that authority to that committee. Under this amendment, it's that actually it will come to full council. That's an issue.
So one step that, oh my gosh, it is really hot in here, that might be getting lost is...
Step away from the machine.
There's a...
Lovely.
A workshop held. So if it's a political submission required and there's 20 days, we have a chat. He might want it to go to Te Kuaka and it comes to Te Kukupa. But meanwhile, we have an elected member workshop. From there, you get the steer of whether it's getting approved by Te Kukupa and Te Kuaka or whether it's going to council. Okay? So we're all...
I'm going to call for an adjournment for 15 minutes. Councillor Balkes would like some further clarification on the motion, and so does Councillor Housegard-Harawira, so I don't feel comfortable us trying to provide that clarification to members during a live stream meeting. You guys can do that during this adjournment. I'll be back.
Sounds good. Thank you.
3 of the agenda, submissions on government reforms and bills, decision-making processes, an amendment by Councillor Smiles and Councillor Balki. I've had them speak to it. I've spoken, Councillor Hauki, I've had the head, and Councillor Stratford. The amendment, do I have any other members to this? Then I'll go to Councillor Smiles for right of reply.
Thank you, Your Mayor. I support this because it allows democratic accountability. We were elected to make decisions on behalf of our community. That responsibility cannot be diluted or delegated in a way that removes transparency or oversight. Consistency is also important here. If some submissions are approved by committees, some are approved by council, potentially under different thresholds or interpretations, then we risk a fragmented approach where there is no single clear standard. So in my view, for submissions, particularly on legislation reform or matters of significance, it should come to the full council for approval where practical. And I do write where practical. I think we've already established that 20 working days is where the urgency line is. So I take your point there. But this amendment ensures transparency, collective responsibility, and a clear democratic mandate. So efficiency is important, and it should never come at the expense of accountability. Now, I know, Your Mayor, that you say that committees are only advisory, but now we're giving committee a decision-making power to sign off. So I'm a bit confused about that. But for these reasons, this is really clear. And also, council.
You misrepresented me in saying that I've said that all committees are advisory only.
Yes.
If you could retract that, because I have not said that.
We have it on video, Your Mayor, that committees are advisory only.
We delegate authority to our Te Koukou Committee for Transport and Infrastructure to sign off contracts such as $1 and $2 million, $3 million. I haven't said that. So, point of order, misrepresentation, you can withdraw that comment.
I withdraw that comment.
Continue.
This is not a small issue. It goes directly to democratic accountability. And if it comes to full council.
The members be
Overall, I'll allow the member to finish their right of reply.
Thank you. That was my summary sentence. And so for those reasons, I support this amendment.
The members asked that these be taken separately, so I'll do so. The first will be on A, that all submissions on behalf of the Far North District Council must be approved by resolution of full council submission. So we can scroll up. Except in cases of genuine urgency. All those in favour? Those opposed?
Division, please, Mayor.
Sorry, Ms. Angia, could do that later. Have you got up to the motion so I can read it? And the point that we're voting on. So A.
Sorry. Through Chair, I've just put it in separate so we can do division for each. That's why it's separate like that.
Would you like an adjournment?
No, it is done. It's ready. Sorry, I just that's the first point screen. Do you want to do division for that?
Councillor Smulders.
For.
Councillor Balki. I'm against. Kohipu.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Court. Councillor Ford. Councillor Hauki Harawira.
Against.
Councillor Larkin.
against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Vucic. That has failed. We'll go to B, please.
I have. Just so everyone knows, our live stream team have let us know that there's a failure with the sound at the moment. So they're just trying to. They are recording and
for 10 minutes. If you can't fix it within 10 minutes, then we'll just record and publish later. If you can put on our Facebook page that we're experiencing sound difficulties through Teams, and that will hopefully fix it within 10 minutes. If not, we will continue with our meeting, recorded and release it. All right, 10-minute adjournment. See you all at 25.
Yeah, absolutely. Centre. Yeah.
Really, but I know that this will come up.
I suppose my question is, why didn't it come up in the recommendations? It's like one comes from committee and then another set that could have come from the committee didn't come before us, and then we tinker with a few words. And I'm on this committee, so that's like, I'm annoyed.
Hold on, no, the room is unmuted again.
I left Just roll it out here, we might be here for a while.
Can we welcome back? We have voted on A of the amendment, and we will take B through to E as a single vote. Why did I bring that up? Councillor Smolders.
4.
Councillor Balke.
4.
I'm against. Kohepu.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Port. Councillor Boyd.
Against.
Councillor Halkiat Harawira.
Abstain.
Councillor Akina. Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Vucic. The amendment has been lost. We go back to the substantive motion, which includes the first amendment. And I will move the substantive motion if I could get a second.
Thank you.
Would you like to speak to it?
Oh, yes, sorry. I just quickly would like to say that what was trying to be achieved in that last amendment is pretty much addressed through the processes outlined in this paper. Kia ora.
Any other members? Councillor Foy.
Last term, our council had just council meetings, we didn't have committee. And we changed the structure was changed so that we could get more done. And that is done through delegation of council. And the Te Kukupa committee does not have any appointed members on it. Most of the council are on it. I'm not sure why we're spending so much time on this topic, to be honest. But I understand the intent of what Councillor Smolders is saying, but in terms of the outcomes, in my view, there's no apparent effects in terms of outcomes. And Councillor Smolders, Councillor Balke and myself, we're all on to Kukupa. So be rest assured we will all be given.
Thank you. Any other member? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed.
Abstention. That is carried. Now, I printed you all, actually the duty stuff, but I put together an order sheet for you all to see how I was going to take things. Item 6.4, 6.9, 7.1 and 7.3 are all going to be deferred to a subsequent council meeting unless we have time in this council meeting to do so, but those are not as time bound as other papers. And we are at almost 20 to 3, so I'm going to take the papers that need to come over the table.
So, can you run that up?
Yeah, thank you. 6.4, updating alcohol control areas. The paper doesn't operationalise those till the 1st of August. 6.9, elected member allowances. We aren't by legislation required to have a policy itself in place, and Councillor Boy has signalled that she was going to move to leave that to live pending a workshop in any case. 7.1 and 7.3, update on council closed landfills and committee and joint committee minutes are information reports. So with that, I'm going to go to item 6.5, temporary road closures on page 134. Moved by Councillor Vucic, seconded by Kohepu. We are going to go to Kath to speak to the report or take questions. Are you going to take questions? Are there any questions? Then we'll go to the debate. Councillor Vucic.
This is a great event and really it's to be supported. So I actually agree with that. It's pretty much maybe we should do it.
I'll go to Vicky Rapkin.
No, nothing further to add.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Just want to acknowledge the staff member and the communication that we've had over this and the report. However, I would like to comment on the clash of events, and it's not related to this road closure, but the road closure does impact on other events. And we have the Country Rock Music Festival that weekend, which the Community Board has funded. This just highlights the need for us to work closely with Northland and over a centralised events calendar, which is collaborative. I've been asking for this for such a long time, and if they're not going to do it, we need to do it at a local council level. We can't keep operating like this. If we're going to fund things, we need to ensure that they're likely to succeed. And we're also putting pressure on our infrastructure. We need to be able to accommodate visitors and maximise the economic benefit to our region. And our infrastructure has diminished. We know we've got hundreds of less bed nights since COVID. And I just think this highlights it, that great job, great event. But when we're having continuous clashes of events and we don't even know in our own community what's going on, it's just not good enough. So please, we need to do something about getting the calendar so that everybody can feed into it so that we can maximise the wellbeing of the district at large. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Bruce, do you want to reply? Oh, sorry, Councillor Rakina.
Just a small comment. Beautiful coat plan. Thank you for the update on it. Just looking at page 36 where it says all organisers are required to engage with. I read that as it should have been done prior to. Has any, so the organisers for the event, have they already engaged with Te Matara, who would know?
Yes.
That
is all part of the process for any road closure. And this was done weeks ago, and I've also contacted Noti Kawa myself.
Kawa, thank you.
Councillor Bruce, try to reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Or abstentions? That's carried. We're now going to go to item 6.6, Faculty Library on page 138. Approve the adoption of the updated terms of reference, including the appendix 1 for the Faculty Library and Service Hub Steering Group. I'd like to get a mover. Twindi, and seconded by Councillor Stratford. And we've got the wonderful Nicholas Smith here. Would you like to add anything to your report, or you need to take questions?
Happy to take it as read through the chair, thank you, and available for any questions you might have.
Councillor Ford.
This question won't be a surprise to Nick, and it relates to a previous council resolution. So the Kaikohe Library, this is about the terms of reference, but I know that this is a new bill and there's already an existing council resolution to have solar implemented, and part of the opportunities for solar is also EV charging. I didn't want to move an amendment that would is outside of what this paper is about, but can I just ask how solar and EV charging will be implemented, because I know it was another committee that we had that resolution on, and I'm not sure the dates of implementation and the funding mechanisms and how that relates to the new build timeframes.
Sure. I'm happy to go first. Farmworth Holdings are investigating those options and would be looking to bring them back to the steering group as well. Sorry, that meeting was yesterday. I had to
Thank you for that. And the only thing that I would add to that, Councillor Foy, is that we've done pre-wire for solar in the building. We have allowed for it. can't remember off the top of my head what allowance, but I said allow for maximum channels because we don't want to be limited in the future. Per our informal discussion, I'm actually really hoping that we might be able to get access to a solar through an academic database called EBSCO that libraries subscribe to. Should we be successful in that bid, that would give us up to $300,000 worth of solar panels at no cost to the ratepayer. So very keen to kind of investigate that option before we commit ratepayer funds. However, if that is unsuccessful, we do have funds set aside out of the project to pay for the solar panels. In terms of EV, Te Kahika Moko's point is something that I would be working in partnership with Whānau Holdings on what are the opportunities, what makes the most sense for us in a fiscal setting, but completely agree, we do need it for the build. Whether we have it on day one, I can't promise that yet, but I will give you an update as soon as I can.
Councillor Research, questions?
Just thanks, Nikki, for what you've done and been involved. Just really seems on the point, overseeing construction of the agreed concepts of the library. I was a little bit nervous when I saw that because obviously the construction is well underway and it's all been no variations to do.
No variations to do. No variations to do. Yeah.
So what does that actually involve?
So through the chair, so my understanding is that there's still a very strong governance interest and desire in the progress of this project. And so essentially that wording was intended to capture that desire for governance to still have really regular check-in points, opportunities to ask questions. Oversight was the best word we could come up with as a collective that everyone was sort of comfortable with. But great question, because I think it, in some ways it lacks a little bit of definition.
And Councillor Snowball's questions.
Okay, thank you. All the work that you've done, Nick, it's been phenomenal. Every week and seeing progress at very quick pace. In regards to page 144 under the membership, it looks like we've already appointed people to the membership. How did we choose that and go about that? And should they have a eventual exit date? How was that chosen again? How do we onboard and how do we choose? Because I know that they're hapu members, but we also have 3 hapu representation there.
So through the chair, my understanding of this group is that the leadership structures and the governance structures were set prior to my involvement. So unfortunately, I can't speak too much to the things that happened prior to my involvement. My understanding is that the governance structure essentially evolved as part of the desire behind the project, which was to make sure that it was delivered by the community for the community. And so without sort of knowing too much of the history, my understanding is that there was a process done to look around at, who is the community of Kaikohe, 50% Māori. We have a number of community stakeholder drivers. And so I believe that it was a conversation around pragmatism, around who is the community and was that community formed on. So I hope that you will note that there are community representatives, hapu representatives and iwi representatives that sit on this group alongside elected governance. The idea behind that, as far as I'm aware, please feel free to jump in, anyone around the tepu who might have more knowledge than I do, is that really springs from a genuine desire to ensure that it's not just a council-led or council only without the voice of the community, because it is obviously a community build. So, yeah. And I was going to say, John would probably be able to say quite a lot more, to be fair. Thank you, Councillor Visa.
The original, I was the original chair of the steering group, and at that time, community members who were involved, and actually we didn't have a reserved place for mana whenua representatives. We're just there at I think the original terms of reference was that the chair had the discretion to invite others to that table. When Councillor Bade Kapa took over the chairing of this, he brought back the terms of reference to council to allow our community and mana whenua representatives at that table to have voting rights, but noting that this working group has no delegated authority, and that if you read on Page 144, meeting decisions have the status of recommendations to council. But always still come back to council to make a decision on. Councillor Rusich, what has
You're right. It actually started a bit before that as well. And the community desire and the discussions they had was always to actually have the final update that around this area. So it was to be community led. And you'll see the design element all through it, which everybody knows about. So that's definitely correct. Is that community aspiration to actually have everybody involved.
Hope that answers your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? We'll move into debate. I'll go to Chair Deputy Mayor Rutkin.
Nothing to debate other than congratulate Nicola and the team effort that's happened across this entire project. It's been going on way too long. The partnership, the community engagement, the community oversight of the project has been amazing, and I'm looking forward to a fish. Thank you.
Councillor Stratford.
Nothing to add.
Councillor Foy.
Just to note Final Holdings' involvement, I'm not sure if you're aware that there wasn't physical delivery of this project for many years, and we involved Final Holdings, and boom, we have a building. And so just to show the delivery opportunities that we have with Final Holdings for these longer term projects. And opportunities for other projects if we wanted to look at those different partnerships. Thank you.
I'll speak in favour of the recommendation to approve the adoption of the updated terms of reference. I completely agree with all of the sentiments shared around the gravity of this project and how exciting it is to actually see the building getting set up and all of that sort of stuff. But the updated terms of reference includes the steering group oversee lead the development of options for the future of the current building. And I was fortunate with Koheku and member Mokaraka to sit in on a workshop that we held back on looking at what the community consultation looks like for our what will become the old library. And it is very exciting, and there are a lot of options there. So I'm excited to see the updated terms of reference that they pass. This is a group that has followed and tracked this on. This project started, I think when I went back, it honestly almost looked like the LTP was made with a typewriter. The first LTP I found this project sitting in, or I don't know, Windows 98, something like that. But it's exciting to see it track on, but we not only have the excitement of our new build, but also we're going to have an asset in our old library that we need to decide what we're going to do with. Community boards got ideas, our community's got ideas, and so this just endorses this working group to continue the mahi for what that looks like as well. There's a lot of options there too, and also a consultation program that has been set up, including the little apps that you can click on and gamify what options look like, old school, fill out a form type stuff. So yeah, I'm just supportive of this so that the working group can carry on with the main.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Rutkin, right to reply?
Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions? That's carried. We're now going to go to item 6.7 on page 146. And that was the recommendation is to confirm the appointment of the following representatives to our Te Kuaka committee. I have started given an alternate motion, which I'll get shared on the screen, please. And then just scanning to look at the differences are. So we've got those members' names have not changed. B, notes that no nomination has been received from Te Runanga o Ngāpuhi at the time of this report, and that this position will remain vacant until a nomination is received and confirmed by council resolution. And C, further notes that the whanaungatanga ki Haurangi agreement was entered into with Te Kahua Tānui through the Mural Forum, and that the Kahua Tānui representatives currently appointed to Waka Committee also represent those iwi and hapu to the whanaungatanga ki Tauranga. That being Ngāti Puri, Te Oipouri, Mai Takoto, and Ngāti Kahu, who do not hold a separate memorandum of understanding. So people ruminate on that. I will move the alternate motion. I could get a second. Councillor Halkian Harinda. And I believe I've got on my paper Dolly Malima. No, we've got our GM for Tirunga. You can address any questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, there's no surprise on this. The Goki Hakio letter memories back to the 15th of April, the meeting with the nominations of Taunui. The discussion was had then that we did not have names down for the other allocated private authority seats that we have on the Kuaka. And thus we're now following up. I think, of course, that we still have one outstanding with Ngāpuhi. Nothing further to report. You can take the questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? We'll go into debate. Councillor Halkian Harawira.
Purikau he tino kōrero, tautoko au ngā mema. E tū ana moi nei hapu iwi raini. Ai. I tino whakaangia rātou e ngā mema o tēnā hapu, o tēnā runanga. And inside the voting process for runanga and hapu leaders, there's usually a very robust debate and also voting and vetting. And so, yes, I support these members as representative māngai of their respective hapu to sit with us on Te Kuaka Committee. And I just want to say I'm appalled by the Facebook message that went out this morning about members or hapu reps by one of our members. But other than that, tautoko pai au ēnei tangata hei kaikōrero hei māngai mō rātou ake hapu iwi runanga.
Any other members? Councillor Smulders.
Thank you, your Mayor. Across the country, we're seeing a steady shift of decision-making powers away from elected representatives and towards unelected groups. And that shift matters because only elected members are directly accountable to the people who serve. Now, the Mayor has stated publicly that this committee provides advice only, and you mentioned before that that was misinformation. However, I have it on video that you did say that
I said all committees.
Right. So this committee provides advice only, and that all binding decisions are then made by the elected council. We've just had a motion here today that also discounts that. If that is the case, then the terms of the reference should explicitly reflect that. They should clearly state that this committee's role is to advise and recommend, and that all decision-making authority sits with the governing body. At the moment, that clarity is not there. Without that clarity, we risk creating a structure where unelected members can influence not just advice, but also provide direction, including how staff operate within the scope of this committee. And that's not a small issue. This is a fundamental governance concern. I would also like to acknowledge that the previous attempt to appoint iwi and hapu as entities highlighted a real legal and procedural problem. As you said, Aaron, what we have today before us attempts to resolve that by appointing individuals instead. But while that may address the technical issue, it does not resolve the underlying political issue. And the political issue is this: are we, as elected members, comfortable delegating influence and authority to people who are not elected and cannot be held accountable by the ratepayers? Because that is the question the public is asking for.
Point of order. We just had a motion for the Kaikohe Library. You never once questioned the community members on this. You seem to focus only on Māori, Hapu, Iwi, Runanga members. So why are you having that double standard? Why aren't you asking that about everybody if that's the so-called position you want to take? Why is it only a one-way street?
Councillor Haukia Harawira, just understanding orders, there are certain points for a point of order to be called. So I'm going to ask, like I do with everyone, for you to clarify what your point of order is.
I don't know.
Continue. I will note that the motion on the table, though, is like we had in our extraordinary meeting, procedural, to confirm the names of the representatives, not on the actual existence of Te Kuaka or not.
I'm signalling I will be moving an amendment at the end of my speech. And in order to get to that position, I want to address the risk of overreach. So we're entering an area where there is genuine legal uncertainty. There's been commentary at a national level, including from King's Counsel Gary Judd, raising concerns that some forms of local government arrangements risk going beyond what the Local Government Act 2002 actually permits. Put simply, the concern is that local authorities must be careful not to create governance arrangements that dilute or bypass democratic accountability as established under the Act. And that highlights something very important. There is enough legal doubt here to warrant caution. And when there is doubt, our responsibility is not to push ahead regardless. Our responsibility is to ensure that what we are doing is lawful, clearly within our powers, and not exposing this council to unnecessary risk. If we proceed with these appointments without that clarity, then we run a real risk.
Irrelevant. The scope of this report is just to appoint the names of the representatives for the Rūnanga and not to relitigate terms of reference about Te Kuaka Committee. If you have an amendment, you can put your amendment, but I won't allow you to continue to speak outside of the scope of the report on the agenda.
This relates directly to it because these appointments have not been confirmed and they set the structure and it's harder to unwind. So for that reason, we need to state this amendment. So if the committee is truly intended to be advisory, then we should first amend the terms of reference to make that explicit, consistent with your own statements, Mayor Moko, and only then should an appointment be considered.
Point of order, the member is challenging the chair's ruling and is out of order.
Can you put your amendment?
Sure. 6.7, terms of reference. That amendment is to defer the appointment of committee members under item 6.7 until the terms of reference for the Te Kuaka Committee are amended to explicitly confirm that the committee is advisory only and that all decision-making authority rests with the elected council.
Do you have a seconder?
I'm happy to second him.
I'm just going to wait till that's put up.
Ms. Models, I only captured part of that. Did you have a copy to give us?
Sure. 1 moment, please.
Councillor Court, would you like to speak to the amendment, or would you like to wait till it?
I'm a little conflicted. I campaign on non-elected members being appointed to committees who are subject experts. And at the last council meeting, I supported the resolution as presented. Since read the QC opinion, and I'm now wavering. My preference would have been that we had a legal opinion to give elected members comfort that we were acting within the law. We don't have that. And so I have to be really careful about this, because when I read the QC opinion, it was just an opinion. It wasn't a legally commissioned piece of legislation to inform this council. And I don't know what the QC based it upon. It just gave me pause around the whole appointment of non-elected members, full stop, onto any committee. And so I think it's timely that we pause and reflect and make sure that we are acting entirely within the remit of the Local Government Act. I'll stop at that point.
Any other members? Councillor Ford.
Also, Chair, I can see there's a
We might just go to, I'll defer and go to legal staff.
Point of order, was there a question? Entering the debate.
Staff are advising based on the amendment, and I think it's important for us to hear from our legal team, especially where it was raised that we need a push pause and the legal opinion. So,
through the chair, my only comment in this respect is that clause 31 of Schedule 7 of the Local Government Act 2002 does contemplate the appointment of external members to committees. So that's clearly the appointment of external members to committees with appropriate skills and knowledge is clearly contemplated by the legislation. I have not seen the KC, because it would be a KC, not a QC. I have not seen the KC's opinion. I do not, as Councillor Court has pointed out, I would equally not be aware of the circumstances in which that legal opinion had been commissioned. And I can't comment on the substance of that legal opinion or the circumstances in which it was given over, but what I can comment on is the provision under the legislation which allows for the appointment of externals.
Can I ask a point of clarification for the ignorant in the room? What's the difference between a QC and a KC?
Queen's Counsel will be now the King's Counsel.
Through the chair, anyone who was a KC before the death of Queen Elizabeth will now be a King's Counsel KC. There are no QCs anymore.
Thank you.
That's good to know. Can I ask a
question? I've gone in order.
Sorry, I'll go in
So
whenever you want me. Put me in the line.
Councillor Foy.
On the amendment, I'm glad that Councillor Court brought up the issue of all committees. Because if we're going to talk about committees, let's be consistent.
Yep.
Don't pick on one committee because that is politically within the appetite of a certain party that is now bringing party politics into council and local government. That's just a view, but I'll name the committees. Finance, Audit and Risk, appointed members, accountants. Why hasn't there been issues raised with this committee? Commercial Control Organisation, appointed members with voting rights. What are the issues? The CCO for Waters, we have appointed directors. The CCO for our Farmers Holdings Board, appointed directors. The Employment Relations Committee for our CCO performance, appointed members. In terms of what we're looking at for Kukupa, which is the policy committee, and my infrastructure committee, we're the only committees without appointed members. So I am quite frustrated to hear, not only in this chamber, but in the media, talk about one committee in particular. And it is very frustrating because I think it has a political agenda, in my view. So I just wanted to raise that I agree with Councillor Court. We talk about committees with appointed members. We need to talk about all of the committees because that is about the kaupapa, the subject, and not about a person or a committee that has, you know, to put it frankly, Māori appointed members. And I think it's really not okay in this day and age to differentiate one appointed member to another based on their ethnicity. It should be consistent about what the delegations of council are for committees, and either we have all committees with voting rights or we don't have all committees with voting rights, not a committee. And that is the same, in my view, for our CCO for Waters and for our CCO for our assets for our council. So in closing, I want to support Councillor Court. I believe she's exactly correct. And I believe that we need to talk about all of the committees or talk about none of the committees. Thank you.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, I'm also going to speak against this amendment. The law states is very clear in the Act, and I've been through this many a time, that external members, in fact, I said that before, that external members on committee are there for better governance, and council elected members may be put there. If you look at the way it's worded, you'll see that there's an emphasis to put external people on there, and the DIA, as I've mentioned before, strongly recommends that you have an external, and you are committee, you have an external chair. So that's one point. So I can't see where it's not legal, no matter who's saying that. It could have been a misunderstanding because going back to the original extraordinary meeting, a straw man was raised, and that was that we were trying to appoint a hapu. That was never the case. If you look at the reading, it's always referring to a person, a representative nominated by these, and you see this right here. This was always the case that we're going to do. So these are people being appointed onto that committee. So I think it's just not necessary, it's not illegal, unless the law is changed, and if the law was to be changed, that's fine. We have to go with whatever the law is. But I'll speak against that, and I will not support that amendment.
Councillor Valky.
Oh, this is tough, and like Councillor Wood, it's a very polarising situation and everywhere, and I do feel nervous about it. That what if legally, I've written here that I'd really appreciate some further clarity just around the appointment process, and I, like Councillor Foy, put for all committees, so not singling out one in particular, but for all committees. that we could be clearly accountable through elected members. When it says elected member, you can vote right here, and that clause 31, schedule 1, that you could appoint non-elected members. Does that mean that they can have voting rights? Does it say in that schedule with voting rights, or just say you can appoint them? I'm not sure about that, but I think I just want to be really sure that we're not putting ratepayers, councillors, all of us in a legal position that could be questionable. I'd love some clarity once and for all to put it to bed on what legally is the right thing for us as elected members on behalf of our community and ratepayers.
I'm getting real sick of this.
Me too.
It's just very hard that a scaremongering narrative calls into question the profession of what's your point of order?
Gigi's, what's my point of order if he's labelled a scaremonger?
Sorry.
No, he does it all the time. He calls on the democracy services with the number.
What are you trying to raise as a point of order is what I usually get clarification.
You're saying that it's a scaremongering narrative. It's not. It's a reality.
My personal opinion, and I believe I can have an opinion.
Correct.
My personal opinion, not stating fact, or my personal opinion is that if we continue down this path of calling into question all of this, we're never going to get anything done over this training. The people of the Far North deserve far more from this elected body than for us to be wasting time in our council meetings trying to relitigate things that we've already made decisions on at multiple points in time. We're never going to get anywhere. We have so much work to do for the people of the Far North to get us ahead, to move us forward. And I see this, and we want to make sure that things are legal. Well, then guess what? This council and multiple other councils in this country are working illegally. Because we're no different to anyone else. We don't call into question our Te Huku Community Board's drainage subcommittees that have 2 elected members to 7 non-elected members with voting rights sitting on those, chaired by non-elected members themselves. This is the way democracy works, is that you bring people in with skills and attributes to help inform your decision making. So I speak against this amendment. Hei ko tāku momo taima, wait to taimo momo te pinihini. I can't support this, and I'm quite honestly finding it, I'm really struggling to be a neutral, sound, professional chairperson when I can see the amount of work and the amount of effect that these incessant amendments or relitigations bring on the table. So I speak against this amendment and just want to get on with our mate.
Can we have the translation, please, before we proceed?
I said it's a waste of time, waste of petrol. Petrol is very expensive in all honesty.
Diesel's expensive.
Councillor Allen.
But I just want to raise a mawai that is continuing to be inflicted on hapu, on tribal members, on Māori, and the narrative that was spoken by Councillor Smulders in her free up to the amendment, and that is the hurt to ratepayers, and it causes an othering of tribal members as if they're not ratepayers, as if they don't also carry the burden of paying for infrastructure, of paying for services. And it goes against the very evidence that we have had in this room today, that we have had tribal members talk about how they've done research, they've met fortnightly, they've gotten technical expertise at zero cost to the ratepayers because they are also ratepayers, because their whānau are also ratepayers. And
in this chambers on this very day, we heard about an 8 million figure that was proposed and achieving something for a fraction of that cost to the benefit of all ratepayers. So I'm quite tired as well of this narrative that goes against the very evidence that we see in front of us, that at our most recent Kaikoe Hokianga Community Board, we had Te Runanga a iwi o Ngāpuhi come to do a deputation. They own whenua outright here in Kaikohe, and they want to use it for community purposes to bring life to not only Kaikohe but our surrounding communities, and they offered our community board a seat at their governing table for that project. So these narratives that, in my personal view as well, are scaremongering, goes against the very evidence that we see in these chambers on a regular basis. And I am absolutely fed up with the othering of tribal members as if they don't also pay the price of living here in Tuku, that they also don't bear the burden of infrastructure, of services. They consider themselves part of a community, and their decisions are not just for themselves, but are for their community. Because in Te Ao Māori, a rangatira is only a rangatira when their hapu and anyone who resides within their tribal boundaries are well, are prosperous. That is Te Ao Māori. And so when we have them at our table, we have people who are thinking through that mindset, through that worldview, that I am a rangatira when my people and everyone who resides within my boundaries are well, are taken care of, are prosperous. And I do not appreciate narrative that goes against our worldview and our lived realities. Yeah.
Councillor Rakina.
Kia ora. Can I ask legal staff again just to read out the wording in the legislation, because there's still, I don't know where the confusion is. I don't know who didn't put their hearing aids in this morning. Well, where's the part that says that we do not have the delegation or that we're acting outside of the law as per the legislation? So can we please have that again, just to really dismiss some of the paru rapi that's been thrown around in here?
Through the chair, Councillor Rakina, I can confirm with our legal team that there's nothing within the current recommendation, the original recommendation put to you, that's inconsistent with Clause 31, Schedule 7 of the Local Government Act.
Okay, thank you. So where's the confusion? Where's the part here that where we need to pause, rethink and reflect? How about let's just get on with the job. Let's do the things that the people elected us to do. Let's get out there into our communities and help clean up instead of posting misinformation, putting tech out there to our communities. How about let's get out and do the mahi? Because as we sit around this table and the decision that's already been made early on this month, that shows the wit, that shows the grit, that shows the commitment that these representatives have, not just for Te Iwi Māori, but for everyone. For everyone. And we still have these other committees, unelected, non-elected members on them who bring their experience, their skills, their knowledge, their worldly views to help us out as elected members. Creative communities, for example. Myself and Councillor Floyd were on that committee from the last triennium. The wonderful things that come out of that. Why? Because they have the skills, the knowledge, the expertise, and their feet are on the ground in their communities around that. I trust them to do that, mahi. And I think about, if we're talking about all this representation, non-elected members, unelected members, true, let's look at all the committees. Let's tidy up all the committees. Let's have one blanket rule for everyone, not just point out the Māori committee. I'm rattled at the arrogance and the ignorance
the uneducated speech in this room and out there about who should be representing who. And I struggle to see what the point is here, what the real issue is lying before us. It's almost laughable and cryable at the same time, because I'm so confused. And I expected more. I really expected more from a lot of my colleagues around this table to look beyond the horizon, not to be stuck way back in the days. So if it's clear in writing, we've had the legal advice, and we're still sitting here and we're saying, oh, I'm confused, I haven't had enough time, I don't know where the proper wording is, then you probably need to go to university.
Go to Councillor Smulders for right of reply.
Thank you, Yumia. Like I mentioned before, the concern is that under Section 3 of the LGA and our local authorities, we need to be careful not to create governance arrangements that dilute or bypass democracy accountability that's established under the Act. And that's where the blurriness is, because our terms of reference, there are 12 of them, 10 of them are independent and autonomous, and they don't bring decisions back to council. So when we say that the terms of reference are in line with Mayor Mokul's own statement that council, that it's advisory only, I think we need to get some clarity on that. And I agree, it should be for all committees, but this is the motion that we have in front of us at the moment. This is the paper that we're dealing with now, and it is in regards to the terms of reference for this committee. And so therefore, I support this amendment. Thank you.
I'll put the motion. All those in favour of
Which one, sorry?
the amendment?
Oh,
Okay.
All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions?
Can you have that by? Thank you.
Vote by division. Councillor Smulders.
For.
Councillor Fort. I'm against. Deputy Mayor Rudkin.
Against.
Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Balke.
For what?
Councillor Foy.
Against.
Councillor Halkiad Harawira.
here.
Councillor Akina.
Against.
Councillor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Vucic. The amendment has lost, so we go to the substantive motion for the original alternate, which has been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Halkiad Harawira. And I will put that. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Not opposed, but I'll abstain.
Abstention, Councillor Court. Opposed, Councillor Smulders. Councillor Balke. That is called for the vote.
I'll abstain.
Abstain.
Thank you.
The motion has carried. I'm going to have a 5-minute break till we come back to consider the LNZ remix paper.
I'm going to tell Peter here that he made a bad judgment, that he thought you were the hero.
Kia ora, welcome back. I'm going to close our meeting and we'll ask staff to look at an appropriate time based off the papers that we list on here that we can consider those. But I'll give the closing comment. Te pai te kaupō patoa te whai o tō tātou ara ki o heu kaiti. Te ao pau te atua me te whiwhinga tahi. Kia kia.